Mic check 1 2. To Legit City on the mic. We are in, boys. We are back. We are back into the Mind the Gap colony, and we're almost done drill coning. Well, no, that's not even true. We're almost done tacking up to Drillcone. Oh man, that's very far from where we actually need to be. It's a far cry. So we're getting something called rad bolts, and we're 240 out of 370. We're getting our rad bolt set up, and we're doing that powered from the coal gens. They're chilling. There was no punchline. I was just ranting. I was just ranting, man. There was no punchline at all. I was just talking while I was pouring coffee to myself. I don't even know what I was saying. I'm gonna be real. I said something and understand some of these words, but at the same time, not really. Welcome to the 2 Legit streams. Let's go. I'm just talking half the time. All right, so we are going to be working on our rockets today while we're teching up the Drillcone tech. We have the data banks. We just need to get the Radbolt tech above everything else. I think we have the data banks. We are out, but we could get some because we have plastic. We just need the guy here to do the research. All right, while we do that, we still need a little bit of steel. So we're going to be doing the steel right now. We have a little bit of pea water we're adding in so we get some more water for the meta refinery to work. That way we also get to add in warm water into the build. We got the, you know, the spawn set up. I've been here long enough to be both 2 Legit's bestest friend and worstest enemy. Yeah, man. Geek lied to me. I was in Florida because I wanted to go to Disney World. And while I was waiting in line, this dude comes up to me and was like, "Hey, we're Imagine Dragons." I was like, "No way." And I looked around. I was like, doesn't seem like there's any cameras here. And then it was just, you know, a bunch of white guys. I didn't know how Imagine Dragons looks like. So I was like, "Oh, that's cool, man. You guys did Radioactive. Cool song, yo." I gave him a dap and I went on my day. Turns out he was trying to get me to get him to sign an autograph, but I was like not really too stoked about it anyways. And then he was like, "Ah, I got you. It's me, Geek." I was like, "Ah, shit." Then anyways, we went into Disney World and he bought me some churros. It was pretty good. And then that's how the relationship started with Geek. He got me randomly, and then, you know, that's how we met. Starvation? How's that happening? We have food, dude. What we doing? Dude, we have food. My man. Oh, we don't have enough tables? Alright, we might actually want to make a second schedule. So in theory, it's gonna be here. Bedtime, no bath. And then we're gonna shorten it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. These chairs are public now. Kind of like the toilets, so they could just all share the seats. Makes it a little bit nicer. I thought it would be cool to go to Disney and it was nice. Yeah, man. I found out that day I don't tan that well. And don't trust Geek when he does the spray bottle sunblock. Like, he sprayed it, but I guess it didn't land on my skin. I got burned, dude, that whole day. It was bad. crazy thing was that I was sweating so much. Every time the wind blew a breeze, it was nice. I was like, this is a good feeling. It was like, it was worth it, right? I was like, nah, it's still way too hot. Still way too hot, man. I don't know about this. All right, so we're building out some insulated pipes right now. We need a little bit more steel to build some of the stuff. We have 600. I guess we could start building some of the things like the steel pump here. And then we know that we're gonna need a liquid vent to drop out liquid. This is probably fine. Just do it like that. And then we had to get the aqua tuner in. For the most part, we know that we're just gonna run the aqua tuner. And we're gonna do a weird setup. First things first, we need directional flow. Because we need to do something like this. Put that there. Feeds in. And then we do the jankest setup known to man. All right, so we did a weird overflow feed-in setup that honestly makes no sense, but it should work. And then we're gonna need power here. All right, so I'm probably just gonna use lead. I actually went to hotel with Too Legit, and once upon a time, he did the pipe work in the toilet and the liquids didn't mix, and they put the paintings on the walls. And we got a better rest bonus. Yep. I think it was the worst part about that. The hotel charged me, claiming that it was damaging the room. I got that premium surcharge. I did the job for them, dude. And they had the gall to charge me, saying that they have to make the rooms look the same, so then they have to redo the stuff. I made the room better. I did. And that's the thanks I get. These guys at the hotel, don't trust the hotel's boys. Just go to the Holiday Inn. This is the same thing. And V Hank, welcome in. I see you over there, man. Alright, so this is gonna be a very weird setup. I probably do want to change that up and do something like a liquid res, maybe. No, we'll just do the bottle drainer setup. We do 2 bottle drainers. Okay, so how the idea for this is simple. We add water through the top. This water goes in and becomes steam. We add in another thing of water here. I might actually change that. Oh, dude, you know what would be great for that? The hot water we have in the spot. That would actually be pretty good. Like, no cap, dude. And it would be on a pipeline. And we have time. And we're counterflowing stuff, so it's like not a problem. All right, so we're gonna have to do a weird setup here. It is probably better to run something like this. All right. Let the dupes work. Oni's in indeed. Take the Wheeze Wart. We will need to bop the pepper nuts right there. All right, so we had some stuff to build. We're gonna have to generate a lot of steam in the long run, so I might as well do a much better water setup. Instead of hauling water, we also want hot water, realistically, because we want the aqua tuner to cool down said hot water so that the energy gets dumped into the building instead. We loop that water, and then that way the heat gets dumped into the water inside, becomes steam, and we can pump it out. That's going to be the premise of our water setup. After the water gets cooled, it's going to be close to zero. We're just going to dump it. If we wanted to, we could store the water and use it, but I don't think we need to. We still have ice biomes, let alone space ice, and pea water everywhere. So I think we'll be fine. So we're going to be building an insulated pipe to move out the 90-degree hot water we have right here out. This would otherwise be the water. Yeah, the steam vent is on. Water is getting topped off before going into the infinite pressure tank. And for the most part, water coming out here means... Ooh. Can we get sand here? We have 2 tons of water ready to add in. But there's no sand on the sieve. Wait, are we out of sand? What's going on, Trainwreck? Welcome in. Are we out of sand? No, we have sand. What's going on here? Thank you. Get clean water again. This is at 76. Still haven't found Water World. I went as far as you could with the Steam Rocket. Do they give you the larger star map with Baitor mod? I'm not sure how that actually works, but you might, yeah. If they have the larger star map, that might be a little unfortunate. No, you're out of dupes that aren't lazy. So you spawn in the middle, right? It's normally 12 tiles to the edge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's 11 here. 12 including the center. So with the Steam Rocket, you get to the edge. But if you're on the larger star map, I think they add in 2 squares of hex to the outside. And you can't reach. So if you're doing Steam... Yeah, they added 2 tile edge. Yeah. If you do Steam, you could only go 5 and then 5, right? That's unfortunate. You would have to boost off of the other planets. Even then, kind of have to get lucky. Need that super cool, man. They're gonna make you work for it. I wonder if they have something like that in the game. Baitor mod knows you need super coolant, so they hide it. It's rude. Ooh. They hide super coolant, man. Ooh, this got done. Okay, so we are gonna do insulated here. So that the space size right here at -67 does not bop my water. I might need to go into here, so we're gonna put that tile set right there. Should be pretty good. Just make steam of the rocket. You know what they should have? A giant plastic bag at the end of the steam engine that catches all the steam. And then while your rocket's lifted up, it's dragging the steam with you, and then you just refill at the new location. Works out, man. You found the ice and magma planet. We got the Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire. Now you gotta find the mix, the son, the daughter. Mix in the magma and ice and you get water, right? How the Delta V will work. I mean, there's no triangulation located. But, you know, in theory, it should be there. It should be there. Maybe. They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Is that something like that, how that works? Alright, we're still waiting for the tech. We're still missing 400 steel. We still got to build a lot of stuff. At this point, we're kind of just chilling. We're waiting for them to build the required things. So we're going to be pulling from here instead of pumping into it. Should be fine. Gonna throw something out fast. I'm talking about recapturing steam. Ooh. The thing about recapturing steam is that I feel like the background tiles do you a disservice. And it really do feel like you need to be in the natural background for that to really work well. Because the background drywall feels like, because they spawn less than 100 degrees, they will inherently just condense all the steam. But yeah, recapturing steam, dude. Gotta do it, gotta do it. Water's precious. Water's life. Water do a lot of those things. How many hours? 5,000 hours. I play this game way too much. So if you have any questions about the game, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. But yeah, I've played this game. I think it was... So I've never played this pre 1.0. There was early access for this game on Steam. I didn't know about the game at the time. And there's a lot of rumors that I've read / seen of people playing this game back in the old days. And for the most part, I got the game maybe 2 months, 3 months after the 1.0 launch. Huge overhaul to the game. Right, a lot of things were added, a lot of things were changed. It fundamentally changed the pacing of the game. It was a good 1.0. I will say though that 1.0 was also the reason why I kind of felt like I needed to do Oni videos, because what happened at the time was that, so this was like years ago, right? I would look up Oni videos and they were all wrong, and it was because of before 1.0 dropped, the content creators for this game all made videos, but they were all based off of like exploits that I wouldn't even call like what we have exploits now. Like these were literally just bugs. So they would say this is just how the game worked and not really have an explanation. And I was cool with that. I was like, okay, that's fine. That's just mechanics. And then it turns out that when 1.0 dropped, all of that got patched out. And I was basically being fed bad information. And it wasn't because they made a video that was inaccurate. It was that it was a dated video So whatever the mechanic was got patched and it didn't work anymore. So I was like, I gotta make my own videos. Tell the people how it really is. And then I started making Oni content. And then, yeah, you rack up the hours doing that. I'm around 2,000 hours. A lovely game. It is. It's very... At the time, I was looking for a colony management game. There's something about colony management games that really makes it like... It's a good combination of hands-on and not hands-on at the same time. If that makes sense. Like, having to micromanage everything is very much a different experience. But at the same time, you want to be able to kind of be content with what you have and seeing it in motion. You can watch the fishbowl at times. Yeah. That's actually one of the reasons why I really liked City Skylines. Because you get to watch the cars get filtered by the traffic infrastructure that you set up. So like whether it's like a highway interchange, on-ramp, off-ramp, or just, you know, one-ways or loop setups. It was just very satisfying to watch. In Oni is kind of same and kind of different at the same time. Because you're not really watching the dupes because the dupes keep messing up. You're watching them to make sure they don't die. But the systems you're able to build in this game is why it's fun. Like, the fact that it's very nuanced in the thermodynamics with the heat change, state change thing, that in and of itself, I would say, is the major fun part of the game. Because once you start getting into the thick of it, there's a lot of layers there that makes it kind of akin to, like... I've realized what this is and why I like this game. And also a game like Path of Exile. I like to build things, whether it's a colony, whether it's an infrastructure, whether it's a character. And that's why I like games like... well... I remember I got really immersed into Baldur's Gate because of the character builds and the levels and the progression and the world that you're in. What I didn't like about Baldur's Gate was it didn't matter how strong you got. You could just get really unlucky and someone is going to come in and hit 2 nat 20s on you and get a critical strike even though you're like armor class 30, and it's like the only way you get bodied is if they roll 2 20s. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no other way around it. Like they roll 19, that's nice try, and it's like they roll 2 20s. Not only do they hit you, they critical hit you, and it's like, dude, feels bad, man. I am the so-called hero, and this lowly bandit with a butter knife stabs me at the good spot and I die. Stuff like that's a little bit too much sometimes, man. It feels unrewarding. Dwarf Fortress is fun for that. Follow around a dwarf, but it's also a different level of video game. I've heard people recommend Dwarf Fortress. I'm still a little bit scared to really play it, but I have heard people say that it's really good. They would recommend it, type of deal. I love the math dive, the colonies. There's a lot of that in this game. Especially once you start realizing there is state change, heat deletion, which is one of the more like minuscule details in the game, but it does have an impact in the long term that you could use for certain setups. The nuance in this game is on a different level. I started Oni back in 2020 and played like 400 hours between the original and Spaced Out. Then took a 3-year break, got back into it last couple months. Yo, man. I will say that Spaced Out was the best DLC for this game. Spaced Out was nice, man. After putting in hours to the base game, Spaced Out was a nice change, and it was, how do I say this? It initially, I didn't like Spaced Out because it gave you deterministic starter planets. Terrania is always going to have this combination of geysers, right? I didn't like that about the game. I liked how classic vanilla base game had true random geysers. You got 12, and they were rolled specifically random. So there's some games you get 2 metal volcanoes. Some games you get volcanoes. Some games you get cold water. Some games you only get hot water. Some games you actually get the fabled hydrogen vent. Things like that. Now that randomness kind of did throw off some of the consistencies, but I thought it was fun. I was a fan of that. 5k hours in PoE. I see you over there. I'm still waiting for WASD. But I played PoE when it first dropped. Back in the days. And it was like 5 skill gems. I played like a double strike dual wielder. And I remember doing maps just to find link items. You know what I'm talking about? Like they used to have those leech parties where a guy that's high level goes in and has a bunch of lobies join in to have the map difficulty be harder. Thus you get better drops and also all that other stuff, like, you know, monsters are harder and then they get more experience. And then they'll clear the map, and then you as the newbie, you just go in and look for loot. It's like, I need to get a 5 link with this color. I remember doing that map back in the days. But that was before it was on Steam. That was like early access though, like literally more than 10 years ago. Dwarf Fortress, there are babies that could punch a person's head clean off, dude. That's some Rimworld RNG right there. Oh yeah, I've made hundreds of characters in PoE and run tens of thousands of maps. Man, I'm low-key waiting for WASD so I could go back, see how the game has changed. Haven't played in like a decade. Have you played a all achievement run? I have. You can't do that nowadays because they have DLC specific achievements, meaning if you don't play on the specific DLC map, you can't get it. But I've done the traditional base game all achievements, spaced out all achievements. Like, you can't get Demolier and the geothermal heat pump on the same playthrough, right? So because of that, you know, I feel like that sometimes. Boofin, welcome in. If you guys don't know Boofin is a weird mix between a dolphin and a cat. He's got the cat-like face, but the dolphin's mouth sticks out. Kind of like a dog's. You know how a dog's like mouth and snout sticks out? Cats have a flat face. He got the flat-faced dolphin, dude. Only way to do it. But yeah, Handle. I have played an all achievement run. I haven't done one recently. I don't know how I would do it if I did want to do one, just because of the new DLC specific ones. Does it meow or does it laugh? It does the damn. Who's that famous character? I think she was on Seinfeld with a laugh. What's going on, Cyberdyne? Welcome in. There's like a lady that always shows up into random sitcom episodes, and she has a very specific laugh. Kind of reminiscent of a dolphin. That's how I imagine how the dolphin sounds like. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. We are not getting meteor showered, by the way. We get none. So this is not us, so we don't have to worry too much. It's Frawn. Oh yeah, that name sounds familiar. That actually might be her. Okay, we're about 40 points. We're close. We're getting there. We're getting there. This guy's getting hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, and 5. So we have 3 POIs we're going to be mining, which is going to be our initial setup. We're going to try to get these 3 hooked up, drilling, and then automated. And then once we could do that, we'll start tackling some of the extra ones to get mine the gap faster. Thing is that we still need a little bit of steel. Just a little bit. We have a lot of water, actually. Good news. This means that we've been smelting. And then once we get the steel, we get the steel aqua tuner in here. We gotta get the hot water piped in too. That's what the pipeline's for. Pipeline's almost done. The bottom is set up. Just gotta go up top. Oh, pip eggs. We'll take these. Our hatches are hatching. Oh, I never did a pickup here. Can we get a critter trap so we could start refilling our ranch? We could do stone babies and regular hatches. Because we're just feeding them sedimentary. Do we have no more sedimentary? We don't. 95. Minerals. Minerals. Sedimentary rock is blue. We have a little bit. This has the most. Oh yeah, right here. Oh, it's in the slime biome. Can you show me the oxygen setup? Yeah. So this is the design that I've always used. So I found out about the submerged setup. And then I decided to make my own design of it. Because the initial setup I saw was the 3x3 travesty, where you have 9 electrolyzers in a 3x3 format, and they put airflows everywhere, and they snake the oxygen and hydrogen up and down. I didn't like that. I did not like that at all. And then I made my own design based off of some testing, some consistencies. Like, this design is very specific. You can't flip the airflow in the solid tiles. If you put the airflow on the right side and solid tiles on the left, it technically bops the build. It could still work, but then you save load, it breaks sometimes. So you save the game, quit the game, and then you turn it on the next day. You might break if you just swap the airflow in the solid tiles. So it's like, it's a very specific design. Second thing is I wanted to have the generators inside, which is why we flipped the hydrogen and oxygen. And it's one of those things that's like, you know, you're going to be cooling the box. And you don't want anything, your oxygen maker, like anything a part of it to really generate heat. Because if you're going to be cooling down the box, you might as well throw it inside, right? And that's the logic here. Smart battery, hydrogen, and then the gens inside. At the same time, that also shrinks the pipeline for the gas, and also the power. It's going to be a little bit easier because it's going to be a shorter line. We're running a little bit of hydrogen out, though. Being a little greedy. But yeah, this is our tried and true design. This is a repeatable pattern right here. You can see it lines up 2 pumps with the hydrogen setup, which means we could keep copying this setup and add it to the left and keep expanding it, depending on the colony size. Otherwise, if you have any questions, let me know. This door is locked, by the way. You have to make sure dupes don't go inside here to breathe, because that actually breaks it if they release CO2 and it gets into the bottom layer. I do, but yeah, those designs, if anything happens, that's a while. But I do like the design partially open electrolyzer. I feel like that design works, but you have to be weary that popped eardrums on yourself. Because you feed it water, it just keeps going, man. I haven't seen that before. I tend to build submerged setups, individual cells, so usually only one system can fail. Oh, I see you. Yeah, I played around with the positioning of some of the tiles, and while you don't need the airflow and solid in this combination, I found this to be the most consistent in that it almost never breaks. I think I have a 99% uptime. I mean, a 99% success rate, meaning it has failed like once or twice, but I think that might have been just like weird memory leak. Most of the time, these work. I've never had a save load issue with this design. And then it's really just scale up to the water source, right? Whatever the water source is, scale up to it. Gonna try next run. For sure, man. Let me know if you have any questions. Early game perfect, just have to mind the pressure. It's one of those things too in the early game. It's so hard to really gauge. Because you're digging so much, creating more space for gas. And then it's producing, and then you forget about it, and then it's like 6 kgs per tile, and you're like, oh no, bro. The worst is when you go above 10 kgs, and then your plants die because of gas pressure. That's the worst. What's going on, Jules? I'm building that over each other, never saw them fail. It can't. It can't. There are small things you could do to the build, and then it has a chance of failure. It's just that my design that I use is for the stability. Like, we do it to make sure that it never fails. We got the steel. Let's go. All right, still making this pipeline insulated tiles built. Let's go. Most of this ready. We're gonna siphon out the water here. I might do it here so that you know, we don't take away from the electrolyzer. Okay, we got to build this res. We got to build some extravagant setup here. Oh, we need power. I haven't thought about how we wanted to do power up here. There is no easy power here, huh? How would we want to do this? We're going to be powering an aqua tuner, so that's, and then a pump. Yo, man. Coal is life. Coal is life. I guess we'll do it. We're gonna do coal gens up here. Let's do it here. I don't want to do it underneath ice directly, so if it melts, you know, it just gets held inside. So we want a layer of just solid minerals here. We'll dig out 3 tiles tall because that's coal gen size. And then it looks like we're going to start replacing a lot of the wires here. I'm hoping that the lead here doesn't melt. All right, so coal gen. So we know this is cold enough for the CO2 to liquefy. So we're gonna get liquid CO2 spilling and falling down. That's probably not a problem, right? So we know that the coal gen automation is middle tile and it's 3x3. So 1, 2, 3. Wait, is that correct? 1, 2, 3. There we go. This should be 9. Yep. Perfect. And then we want the automation to line up. All right, we got to build the smart battery first and the power line down here before we even build the coal gens, so that we don't have it start running and not be able to stop it. That would kind of suck. All right, we're still teching up Drillcone. I think we have diamonds here already, right? 10 tons. Nice. So we got that from the second planet. We was here doing some digging down here. Nice ice biome into the oil biome to cool everything down. Grab the diamonds and left. Leave the sporkets though. We don't want to mess with that. But otherwise, P dirt gen. Got some wheel power. Not bad, not bad. So we're just waiting for that to be built. We have suits for that, right? Yeah. We just gotta wait for the dupes to actually get to work. Food is good still. 1, 2, 3. How come we're at 12? Oh, for the space mission. Do we do a lot of space missions right now? Because realistically, we've already seen that there's nothing else here. And on the inner circle, we already have our set stuff. So we're not doing a lot of scanning anymore. Starvation. What? How are you not eating? All right, we're getting them an extra hour of downtime. That's the second starvation we had. A lot of times, if you guys are getting starving dupes, that means they're traveling way too far. And by the time they reach the meal hall, they are not allowed to eat. Because they're probably using the restroom first before they're actually doing that. So that's usually a sign of giving them another hour downtime. Dude, you know what I low-key miss? I used to miss when they would tell you how much morale you would get because of how many downtime hours you have right here. Why did they take that down? That used to be there. Like, you put in 3 blocks, it would say +1 downtime morale. I'm not crazy. That used to be a thing. And it's not a mod. It got patched out when they changed the schedules for the boops. I miss that, man. I really do. But it's because I think they add in the multiple schedules so that you have a different schedule each block. And then they can't average downtime because it doesn't really make sense that way. You'll be +3 for the first day and then maybe +1 for the last. As a result, looks like they had to bop it. Feels bad. I missed that though. That was kind of nice tool to have. All right, building this out. So this is gonna be a Drillcone rocket. The interiors don't matter. We're gonna start renaming these. Drillcone. Guys, give me Drillcone names. Conehead, #1. I need names for the rockets, boys. I can't be using these default names because I'll never know what they're actually doing. Drill, baby, drill. All right. Drill, baby, drill #2. We need drill puns, people of chat. Drillcone puns somehow, some shape, some form. Oh, we're done with the steel. Can we make some more? Nice. We don't really have a lot of water, but that's fine. Still releasing some right there. We need a drill name, boys. Drill Master Deluxe. Number 3. Let's go. No, man, Thor's not a drill. Thor's a hammer. What kind of storybooks have you been reading, my dude? No gold? That's fine. We'll take the coppers. Get that set up. 95.55. Can Thor's hammer drill, though? Can Thor's hammer drill? Oh, I disabled the freaking rockets because I hit enter. God damn it. You ever heard the saying, the pen's mightier than the sword? Technically, the sword could stab everyone that the pen could win over. That's right. Technically. So in that same regard, the drill is handier than Thor's hammer. Even though the hammer could technically destroy the stuff. On the day-to-day use. Maybe it's not that bad. Oh, that's on the wrong socket. You could name one the Canterbury, the ice mining ship, and the Expanse. Oh, dude. Half-Life 3. We're gonna name it Borealis. Oh my god. That should be the 3rd drill rocket name for Half-Life 3. The Borealis. Oh my god, guys, you guys hear about Half-Life 3? God damn, dude. Drill me if you can. Drill me, baby, one more time. Half-Life 3 confirmed. Let's go. I'm waiting for a game to, like, start having that as an Easter egg. You know what? There probably is multiple instances of that already, though. Oh, we're almost done here. I'm gonna start moving some water, actually. Oh, ha, right there. There we go. So this is moving into here, and then this is moving out. I'm probably double using the water, but this guarantees I get the 90 Celsius. All right, so the thing is that the inside of the insulated pipeline has an internal temperature that's not reflected here. You see the temperature is 43. That's the outside layer of the pipe. The inside layer has a different temperature set that's not seen. I don't know why it's like that. But because of that, there's a little bit of heat loss. So it comes out at 90. By the time we're here, we're at 89. It's not that bad. This is where it gets scary, because this is all space ice at minus 60. 71. That's so tough. And then it's 88.8. Keeping it stable. That's not bad. 89. And by the time it crosses the door, it's at 88. This is space vacuum. Alright, that means that these bottle drainers don't need to be there. Everything here is good. Let's move out the lead. We need to add water inside. Let's double check this. So gas pump steel because of overheat temp. Oh, I almost messed up. Haha. We gotta have this. And then we're gonna do this. And have it disconnect. There we go. Minecraft. Alright, man. So wait. Does this not have a name? Wait, hold up. This doesn't have a name. His name is Spacefarer Module. Wow. That's jank. Alright, Minecraft. Number 3. Wait, enable. Minecraft number 3, Drill Baby number 2, Conehead number 1. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's a spacecraft that mines. The Minecraft. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Alright, we have a lot of water here. I don't want this connected and flowing. What ends up happening is the hot water warms up the inside of the pipes, which in turn warms the outside of the pipes. And then it starts leaking out heat. So a lot of times, if you're moving hot water like this, you don't want it constantly filled. Which is why we did a buffer tank. We're going to hold 5 tons of water to feed in for this, and then move it when we need it. That way I don't have to worry about the heat leaking out to the map. Are we done here? We could turn this off. And that means we could send my man to do some data banks. This is good. Non-stop naps. Summon crew. Set destination here. And we want him doing the data banks because we need that. Not bad. All right, so we have steel again. We are out of sedimentary rock to feed the hatches. I don't think the hatches we have matters. Oh, they don't eat sand. Sedimentary is the only thing they both eat. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. It's really just a slime biome that we would have sand in. That's the blue tiles right here, sedimentary. So it would be best to go to the side. It's just, this is filled with germs. Alright, I hate to do this. We're only going to use normal hatches, and we're going to feed them sandstone. Okay. Stone hatch, we're going to relocate. I should have a second stone hatch. There it is. There we go. All right, so the stone hatches are going to be out. No more sedimentary stuff. That should be fine. My man's in space doing the data banks. All right, so how many do we need? What is the attack ratio here? 1 data bank, 1 research point. So we need 46. There's none. Try to get 50. Want to over provide a little bit. Hatches chilling. The rat bolts are off because we don't need this right now. We already have a little bit of tech. After this, is there anything we want? We got cargo and cargo. Yeah, probably not. At this point, we just probably want more refined metal. We're going to go with 30 here. And that's because we're going to need all the refined metal for the rocketry stuff. We will try to use lead for the platforms, because it's not going to matter too much. So I'm setting up a cooling loop for tallow production, plume squash, sleet wheat farm, and phlox ranch. It depends how big of a ranch, but technically, like your farms, like how many plants you're gonna have inside. Technically, one aqua tuner is good enough if you have super cooling. There's a lot of things. The devil's in the details, man. Technically speaking, well, unreachable food. Oh, that's you. Yeah, it happens. Technically speaking, one aqua tuner using nectar is pretty good. What is nectar's low point? 82. Oh, that's really nice. You get up to like -50. For the most part, are you gonna be chilling the water that you're gonna use to feed the sleet wheat? And the ethanol as well? Or are you gonna do the hot feed cool box setup? That is also a strat that people like doing. This is the ethanol consumer, right? It is. That would be the biggest thing. Whether or not you're actually doing cool box or you're doing hot feed. Aricia coming in with the raid. What's going on, Aricia? I see you over there. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? What's going on? Shout out to you. Playing some Oni. How is the colony, Aricia? Taking a break from Victoria, I see. Doctor was about to stream. Welcome in. Hopefully the dupes were nice. As always. But yo, man, talk to us what you guys are getting done today. Completely cold box. That makes sense. Are you doing hot liquid feed? Because you could get away with that if you chill the box cold enough. Hope you're doing well. We've been getting high tier foods online to try and recruit George. Dude, I'm so lazy when it comes to recruiting George. I wait for spicy tofu. I give them the spicy tofu. And then I think there's another high tier food you could get. And you really just gotta make a one, but you gotta get lucky. I forget what it was. But yeah, man, making the foods. Have you considered ever doing a collect all the foods run? You make a baller meal haul and you have a pedestal for each food type, because if you put food on the pedestal, it never rots. And then you have every food type on display that's cooked, none of the raw food. Just make the cooked food. And the worst one is always spicy curry. That's tough, man. But yeah, mostly mopping up water keeps turning into ice and vice versa. Oh, the classic. Mop the water, it freezes because it's small mass. And then you have it melt again because it sits in the warm water. Remelt, dude. That loop, man. The classic. Mamba's just a little black dot. He is. Mamba's very territorial, so he's just chilling in his little space. That picture on the bottom is how I like my coffee. Just a little bit of coffee in an ocean of milk and sugar. Classic. I'm just kidding, man. I drink my coffee black most of the time. What's going on, Leofar? I see you over there. Really? If I could get away with not cooling the water, that's all the better. Yeah, so it has to do with a lot of weird properties. First of all, you have to insulate everything the best you can. But the fact that the metal tile, I mean, the hydroponic tile is a metal, kind of makes it kind of tough. But basically, it's kind of like food. You know how food in this game, deep freeze, isn't actually the temperature of the food, but it's more so the environment. It's kind of like that. The temperature of the plant matters, so that's not what I'm talking about. More so that the contents of the farm box doesn't matter. So basically, if you feed the farm tile, like whatever resource, it's in a contents department, right? This typically interacts with the tile itself, but not the plant directly. So a lot of times the idea is you could feed it hot. There's a lot of ways to do it. They do the liquid valve metering, where you give the exact amount and then you try to minimize the amount of liquid in the pipes. The other one is also you just feed it hot. Like people would do the ethanol distiller and it comes out at I think like 70 degrees. Yeah, 73. And they would feed that directly into plume squash and it'd be fine. And what they do is they keep the environment cold so that the plant itself never heats up. And since the plant consumes the liquid, a lot of the liquid SHC is already gone. But yeah, I haven't really played around with that. I just know that it's possible. That's good to know, because the Phlox farm is for ethanol production. Oh, that means you don't actually have to do too much with them, because you don't have to cool them then. You just feed them berries. And they don't have to be cooled. I guess you could also just do, no, it has to be berries, right? Yeah. Whoa, wait, I never knew this. The new Phlox eats abyssalite? And they make that into dirt? Yo, that's OD. I never knew this. The glass Phlox consumes abyssalite and gives you dirt. That's huge. You take a non-organic mass that's typically you have way too much of anyways, and you could convert it into dirt. That's low-key tight. I see that over there. I'm just trying to cool the whole area. I need to figure out the cold for the rest of my food anyways. I see you. But yeah, if you have the cold box for the plants and you could go past the minimum and you're a little bit more on the, you know, if we look at plume squash, it's a -55 to -14. If you're closer to -55 than you are to 14, you could feed it the hot ethanol properly without thinking about it. Should work out pretty well. I don't know how much engineering needs to be done. I've never seen the design. I just know it's possible. So in my mind, I would take 15 per cycle and try to divide that by every 4 seconds, kind of a deal, and see how much I need to feed this, and then meter valve split it. My plan is to cold everything. Industrial air was going to be cold enough to freeze everything but hydrogen. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. So that means your coal gens are gonna release liquid CO2. I see you over there. Or you might even get solidified P-ice from the petroleum gens that you could use ethanol to run. I see you over there. Alright, so are we ready here? I need to look at data banks. I should have that tag. 39. We need 50. We're getting there. And then we'll get our Drillcone set. So those of you guys coming in with the resale rate, I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Too Legit. We're doing some Oni today. We're going to be doing mining the gap achievement. As you can see, we teched up to it, but we need a little bit more data banks. Got that from the glossy Drecos that we rushed by getting the critter flux. We took all the wild Drekos that we can. We broke into it, right? Sealed it back up. Broke into this one. And we converted the Drekos to get plastic as soon as we can. Build the tried and true Dreco farm setup. Works really well. 96 tile space. Got our little breeding area with hydrogen too. Fully submerged every time. And even an overflow setup. Meaning that we get some critter control for population. For the most part, we is hanging out. Oh, there's a normal Dreco inside. Instead of a glossy, baby. That's fine. Just got that. Did a cold gen for the Rabble in the beginning. 2 Weezewarts. And right now we're just waiting for the Drillcone. Once we do that, we're going to be Drillconing here, here, and here. On the Steam. Oh, I haven't set this up yet. We got to seal this up. We're going to control this by pulling the power line. And then we're going to set this to... if it's 15 degrees below. So if it's colder than 15. So we're going to basically run 90-degree hot water into the aqua tuner and chill it. Dude, you know what I should do? Run that way. So we could use 90-degree hot water to feed inside as well. That works really well, IMO. Alright, we're gonna run this here. So this is gonna be our steam box to generate steam. We're taking hot water piped in from the bottom. Long pipeline up here. That goes all the way up. This is coming in from our cool steam vent tamer. As you can see, we use gravity. Right, steam gets to here and then it condenses because the temp shift plate and the top of the area, it's metal. We run liquid pipe through it, and then once it's warmed up to 70 degrees, we could feed it to the electrolyzer for a little bit of optimal temperature, because of how the oxygen comes out at 70. Right, so we want to match that with the water we feed in. So that's why we do that here. We try to keep this at 70, and once it is, we get to condense it. Someone's starving. Oh, dude, that's the guy inside the rocket. Hey, man, my bad. 59, nice. And then we get the hot water, infinite storage, and then this water is at 90 degrees. Oh, my kitty cat just woke up from a dream. I hear you, babies. You okay, baby? Yeah. The little mama's having dreams. Was just meowing to me. He's fine, he's fine. So that's the hot water I'm talking about. We got that moved here. That's why it's at 88 degrees. Moving along the space ice right here at -60. Did sap away a little bit of the heat despite being insulated inside insulated tiles. There's still a little bit of loss. We try to keep it empty too. And then we're gonna have a split line here. Okay, we're just gonna add some water inside, get it started. It's coming in at 88, but it's cooling down pretty fast. So these steam engines are each at 150. It took 140 cycles, but the first 2 pass. Wait, what? Why does it sound like you're celebrating that? Why does it sound like you celebrating that? DJ Sticky Boots, welcome in. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? We're gonna unplug this to when we're running at. Alright, we just have enough water for now. We're gonna cut the line. And now it's gonna fill in the aqua tuner line. All right, so we're gonna cool it. It's gonna run through the loop, and then it's gonna stop feeding. We loop the water till it gets cold. Congrats though, DJ. Congrats. And then once the water is cold, it gets released. And then we're basically looping the water to warm up the water inside. Gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. I had 9 dupes. Figured that one of them couldn't make the cut. Oh, feels bad. You gotta have the nice round numbers in order to get the 4x4 block schedule. Because you only get 4 toilets. So you do multiples of 4. Feels bad. Good and bad, really. Bad because the dupe died, but good because you get the first dupe death out of the way. Dude, I used to be very, how do I say this? Peculiar? I don't know if that's the word. I used to reset. Oh, dude, they're pooping up here, aren't they? God damn it, dude. And you're running the wheel. Dude, you're not supposed to do this. They were wasting time, I didn't even realize. These are at 7, so we're waiting for a little bit of power. Particular, yeah, I would reset. I didn't want any deaths in my colony. So I used to reset all the time because of that. Spice the tofu, nice. Give that to George if we want to. Duke's probably gonna eat that. But yeah, I used to always reset when that would happen. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Guys, I got a BRB. I will be right back. I gotta use the restroom. That milk is doing me up, man. If you guys didn't know, I'm lactose intolerant, but I bought a gallon of milk to eat milk and cereal. And I'm getting torn up. I'll be back. Alive, Kuba. 20 stream streak. Shout out to you, Kuba. Oh, that's getting hot. All right, so we will stop feeding it water. We'll let it get a little bit warmer. If anything, we might just add more water to the top. Cool down a little bit. All right, 160. So a lot of times you do want the steam to be kind of hot. In our case, it's not that important. Research is done. Let's go. I don't think we need a diamond press. We're going to be running the lead Drillcone. Dude, the Drillcone needs plastic. I didn't realize that. All right, let's build this. We got steam ready. Might as well get it started to pump. So we should have enough for 4 rockets. Because it's like, once you get low mass inside, it's going to be hard to pump anyways. So we have 4 rockets and pump it 3. That way we get a good packet size. Okay, so who's our pilots? Mamba, I hear you, baby. Wow. Looks like it's going to be some guy called Handle. He's going to handle it. Kitty cat's awake. He's going to the window to do a little bit of sunbathing. All right, so we're going to be doing a strat that some people might say is illegal. But we have to finish building it first, and then we'll get our diamond delivered. Wait, 1,000 kgs per Drillcone? Wait. How much diamond do we need in total? So 1 ton is 1,000, so I have 10,000 here. Do we have to get 100 tons? Let me go back to second plan and start digging again. Do we have to do that? I mean, we have it if we need to. And I think we still have diamond here. It's just ... because there's no one here to actually check. Alright, man. This is going to be where we want to Google. Oni, how much diamond for mine the gap? Achievements. 50 tons. 50 trips. Fun times. Okay, so we'll get some more. We'll have to send someone there and get some more. But we want to get the first launches set it up. And we have enough for at least 3 launches each. All right, we still got to fill in. I probably want to start cutting this one. And then we'll probably want to make some more steam once we launch. Unreachable storage. What a travesty. No, I've cut this. Alright, so that was the 150 bubble. Cool. 70 each. Still gonna be pretty even. So yeah, we cannot actually do this, huh? I guess the other thing that I wouldn't mind doing too is getting oxygen in. Okay, let them build. They're delivering the diamond. Let's go. All right, 125. $40 kgs per tile still. So this one has more. Oh, it's bad values. All right, we're just gonna have to leave it as is then. All right, so cut this. Reconnect, reconnect. Okay, 150, 150, 150. Drillcone is filled up. So the steam is going to lose temperature, even though it's in space. That's just steam. Oh, this is why I always recommend to overheat up the steam. It's always going to lose heat inside, even if it's inside insulated tiles like this. It's kind of annoying, to be honest, but you know, that's just properties of steam. We're gonna dump out said gas. Okay. This might seem weird, but this should work. So we're doing something known as the patched out setup. Didn't get patched out, but it should work. All right, steam gets released. Doesn't do anything there. We want to handle deploy. It seems weird. So now the rocket is just going to be self-piloted. Because the dupe's gone, right? So now we have an empty rocket. This allows us to not have to feed or provide oxygen. And then the trailblazer that we spend, we could decon. So it's like you build the module and then you cycle the same copper over and over again, so you have no loss. Okay, so now that handle is there, we send them to here now. Grab the second one. Let's do the far one first. All right, this is known as the illegal setup because it just doesn't make sense at all, but it works. So we're just gonna roll with it. I call it the patched out setup too. It's because technically they added this in the game, the RoboPilot, but it's like you could just build a trailblazer instead. And instead of spending data banks, you spend refined metal. There is a difference though. This is considered unpiloted, meaning your dupe has something called rocketry piloting skill. The unpiloted means 0, I believe. And then if you get a pilot, There's a flat bonus, which is what this gets, because you have a robopilot. And then the robopilot, I don't believe, gets faster. He's just at a set speed. Let's go handle. It's flying out, it's flying out. There we go. Handle's gonna get deployed again. Good stuff. All right, so we're also gonna add more water inside. Bop the Trailblazer. And then this one is going to go here. We're gonna be generating more steam, but we'll set this up. This is 12. We already have 10 tiles worth of steam inside. Oh no, cold damage. Oh, it's supposed to release. Alright, so we do this. Leave. Don't damage my pipes. And then it just evaporates. That's gonna flow back when it can. Still at 110. Alright. Let's go back to the bottom, heat this up a little bit. Handle's back. Is this ready? 100 and a unit. Alright, got the jank set up. He's gonna handle it. Let's go. Let's move out some more hot water again. Build this back up a little bit. No power. They're gonna get it. Alright, let's go. Handle. Deploy. He's there. He constructs. And then set destination. The thing that I'm not familiar with is, does round trip work with drill coning? Is what I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. Alright, hot water's coming up. I guess we'll play around with that today. A lot of smelting, a lot of water. That's all fine. A lot of water coming out here is good. If anything, we want to use this hot water anyways. 70 degrees, perfect. Alright, so now we're Drillconing those. We need to send the guy to the second planet. Who's the guy with dig skill? Who's this? Friendvic. You're going back, buddy. We need you to get some diamonds for us. He's not gonna like it. Last time he went, he was super stressed. To the point where he was having a bad time. Alright, no fossil, just diamond. And we have only 1,000 here. Okay. We'll dig that. Dig that. Dig that. Dig that. This is within reach. Dig that as well. I'm not sure if we'll have enough diamonds, but we'll find out. So we needed 50 tons total. We had 10 tons at home. He's gonna dig all this. Sporket's here, but technically a little bit more diamonds right here. We could go underneath. Dig through the bottom a little bit. This is hot though. It's the only thing that kind of sucks. We still have the left side of the planet to see. But we might not have enough diamonds. This is 2 tons. We need 40 tons. We have 3 tons. Scalding. It's a little bit hot here, huh? That's not good. The light wounds is actually pretty bad. Basically, the liquid on the floor keeps his body from burning. But when we were standing up here to mine, it was too hot. Five tons. Do we get the 30 tons we need? 40 tons, I mean. So we need... We have 10 at home. 10 point... Let's say 11. Then we need 39. We might have 9 here. Dude, I don't think we have enough diamonds. I might actually want to just pre-tech up diamond press. I'm thinking about that. I might actually have to. We'll turn on the rad bolts again. Gets his meal haul. His morale's gonna be better this one. Okay, mining the diamonds. Nice sleeping spot. We only have 7 tons. We never moved any back. Miscellaneous. It's all CO2 down here is the only reason why it kind of sucks. So it's 69 degrees is when dupes start taking damage. 60 in the carbon. Digging that means we're probably going to take a little bit more damage. And we're going to get started with the drilling soon. He's holding his breath down here. Gotta go up to breathe. It's more so because there's liquid everywhere, and that's bopping the gas from spilling in that easily. He's doing the best he can, though. Man, we have nowhere near enough. There's no diamond at the bottom. We'll have to just dig this up first. Whatever amount of diamond we have. First planet should be self-sustained at this point. Should be no real issues here. 8 critters on 8. We still got water on the pumpers. Spawn is good. Oxygen is saturated. Oh, I let the pump be running. Might as well just add a little bit more water, right? Still got a little bit of water looping. Alright. Cut the pipe. We actually need to cut this pipe as well. Looks like we do want to keep this going then for a while. Add some water at the bottom. Add some water up top. We need to empty out this pipe. Temperatures don't really matter too much. Alright. Now we just let it loop for a while. Still not drilling yet. Oh man, it's almost done. Let's go. Alright, we gotta go across and get into the promised land. The thing is that once we get here, we're probably gonna want to build temp shift plate. I might even want to do it a little bit early. We might even take damage. Yeah, let's do that much for now. Let them build and deliver. 147. 13 tons. Let's run in the wheel for more oxygen. This is max gas pressure. Alright, man, we need you to just self-care really fast. Take the rust. All right, let's go, boys. We have it right there. All right, we're drilling. Not bad, not bad. Part of me wants to actually start setting up the platforms here. Might be good. Okay. I do kind of want to do this if I can. We gotta wait for him to triage though. He's healing, albeit slow. But he is healing. 13 tons. We could start moving back diamonds. We should probably have that listed here as well. So 7.7, and that's because we used 3 for the initial 3. This is not going to net us anything. So I do want to go here to these two probably. And potentially also get oxygen so that we could just do a telescope on this side. Because if we could go here, refill, and then do 1, 2, 3, 4. That's more drill cones. And then the upside is we don't have to like transfer back and forth because we're going to be digging up the diamond here directly. Wouldn't be bad. And then this part's gonna be weird. Yeah, this is gas. I'm gonna build a tile here. Probably airflow. And then the logic is we're gonna build a temp shift plate here. And the water is gonna spill in. That water is gonna be how we don't get burned once we go inside. And then while this is gonna be a diamond vein, I need to make sure we don't unleash the sporkids. That's gonna be bad. And then hopefully we get some more diamonds. Because if not, we're gonna actually have to diamond press, and that's gonna suck. Oh, my man's slipping. Generating power. I guess that's fine. Probably a dumb question, but why is the oxygen in my base always like dust in it, kind of like a brown haze? I have plenty of oxygen generation, it always looks dirty. Oh. So if you ever... You've never dug out a map before then, huh? I would imagine. Have you ever dug out a map? First time, okay. I think this is a good spot. So the biomes that are here, that start out there, have a different color background tile, depending on the biome. I think you can see it here. This is a little bit pinkish. This is a little bit more bluish, despite it being oxygen. Right? You see, this is a little bit more blue-pink, but this is a little bit more green-blue. And that's just more reflective of the biome that used to be there. Yeah, right? So it's dependent on where you actually build. If you start a new game, options game sandbox tools, and you delete everything, and you just look at the background tiles, you'll see that it's like a mosaic. Everything there is kind of transparent, but it's also slightly different hue. So it's more so that the area that you built in has that natural oxygen color because of the background tile. That makes sense. It's a dumb question. This whole time I've been trying to figure out how to better filter the air in my base. That's fair, man. That's fair. Filtering the air to make it look good because you want the base to look nice. That's honestly, I wouldn't say that's a dumb question. More so that it's like not knowing a little bit of the nuance. And I think it's perfectly justified to ask something like that. Like it's not, I don't think it's dumb, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because when it comes down to it, that could be a question someone had in the back of their mind, but they didn't know how to ask it. Because it's the first time I've been asked that, but I would say that it's something that not a lot of people even think about. So it's perfectly fine, perfectly warranted, man. You good. You good, man. You good. I actually should release a little bit of like to dig that. We're gonna get burned, right? We're gonna want that temperature plate first, though. Dude, you only carry 40 kgs at a time. My man with the noodle arms. Oh no, it only needs 40. Never mind. And he's pooping. That's fair. All right, 2 drilling. We're at about 690. Not bad. 177. All right, so we just cut that. We are at 4 tons, pretty good. P water should be fine. We're done with the smelting. Let's do a little bit of copper. Do a little bit of iron. Eggshells to lime, sure. We're doing rad bolt tech in case we need the diamond press. It's actually on the diamond press tech. I'm hoping I don't. If we do, we're gonna have to make like a large Wheezewort farm, which means I probably do want to grab that. Move the wart seed out. There's none in here, and we don't get another ice biome, huh? So we got the 2, and then 2, 3. We get 5. I guess that's decent. Hit him with the 5 Wheezeworts. My man. We need that cold water. We need it still left. Breathability will suck though. Nice. Alright, so the Abyssalite has close to 0 reactivity. Right? Conductivity is at 0. So because of that, this is taking a while to actually melt. Alright, we'll go back to digging over there. Joya seed. I would want to wait before we go deeper, because it's going to be already way too hot. We're going to need the ice here. A little bit of burn damage expected. Alright, time to send back some diamonds. Maybe even let them rust a little bit. Okay, I am thinking we should send someone over to the second planet to help out the dude. Where's my teleporter? Up there. Yeah, we're probably gonna want this. Okay, box of chlorine, a bunch of water. I would want to avoid the water. Yeah, if we could do this, we will want to. We're gonna have to put a telescope up here so that we could start scanning the question marks. And then we're gonna have to build rocket platforms here. I might be... and this is tough. It makes the most sense to make steam here. So I think we might have to do the similar setup, where we just do the aqua tuner steel pump. That means I have to send steel over, which is not too bad. But we do need to start scanning, setting a builder over here. Building melted final. This is ready. My builder is likely gonna be Arwen. I don't think we need Arwen here right now. Alright, there it is. We just need the cool environment. Perfect. Is there no more diamond after that? That sucks. If this is all the diamonds. So we're at what? 8, 7, 13, 3, 16, 8, 24. Dude, I'm at half. Wow, I am not actually that close. So that means this needs to be there so that we could dig out this diamond. Let's look at the miscellaneous. It's really just this vein. We gotta hope there's another one because we are not even close to the amount of diamond we actually need. All right, we gotta send Arwen here. Man, I'm probably gonna actually have to grow food on the second side and use the pea water. We could also send them pickled meal, I guess. Arwen's building, nice. Yeah, we probably should. This makes way too much sense. Let's do a little bit of digging. A little bit of the pitch pump. This warming up is fine. This is warming up really fast though. I might need to get another temp shift plate in here. Yeah, we'll let it hang out. Drecos. No, we're good. So for the most part, everything back at the base isn't really doing too much. We're maxed out on rad bolts. We can close this. Less labor. This is also off. So that's ready. All right, so we're drilling. Once these are good, all right, I want to start setting up the round trips to see if I could automate that. So that once it's actually done, it starts flying on its own. That'd be ideal. I just don't know if we'll actually be able to do that. 6 should be good for 2 dupes, believe it or not. I guess I should try to get the food built first. My man's got to dig though. It's cool enough that he's not gonna get burned. Once he steps up top though, he's gonna get burned. That's the thing about that. I guess we could dig. Yeah. Potentially chance those digs right there. Nothing else to really dig instead of the ladder stuff. Bog bucket. We will want to get some of that pea waters. That's gonna spill out. And then we're gonna dig that and pitcher pump here. Yep, he was gonna burn, expected. This is hot as well. It's gonna have to absorb. Doesn't look like we got any diamond, boys. This is not good. Where's our kiln? We're probably gonna need to make this. see 25 coal there. We have coal on the map. Is there a good coal spot? Like right here. These are pretty good. Realistically, I don't want to mine the sandstone coal yet. I want to try to do as much of the jungle biome as I can. So an area like here, it's amazing. We'll try to dig as much as we can. No coal in that jungle. Decent vein right here. Oh, this is oxygen. So for me to dig this, probably dig that. There we go. Big vein right there too. All right, that's chillin'. How much damage did you take? Not that much. Oops. Now we're still flying back. Alright, we're starting to drill there. The space race. We got the first dig. Each dig, I think, is supposed to be like 25 or 20,000 per dig. This is almost done. And this has gotten started. Okay, that's about right. Alright, my man's flying back. I'll have to double check to see whether or not the strat works. What's going on, P-Nugget? Welcome in. Renvic's gonna go back, build out some more pipes. We're going to want to build this. That way the water doesn't spill through, and then we just release a single 10 kg tile. Then we could go up and start doing scanning there. We will want to get the power line up as well. And then we don't really need the oxygen yet, so it should be fine. These ladders are going to be nice for this. Bad news, man. We are not have enough diamonds, so we're gonna have to make some diamonds. That's gonna be fun. For the good news is that we got some drilling started. But yeah, bad news, everybody. We gotta actually press our own diamonds. That's gonna be oh so fun. He's gonna get burned. Alright, man, you gotta go. You are hurt. Holy crap. Dude, he got hurt really bad, really fast. 40 health. Alright, waiting for the temp shift plate to melt. It's gonna spill. It's gonna be more safe space. I realize that we gotta dig that to dig that up. He's gonna heal first before we do the other digs inside. I guess we could dig these. He's gonna get so hurt doing that. Oh, there's only one chair to eat. We gotta get a second one. What's going on, P-Nugget? How are you? Hope you're having a good Mondays today, man. Appreciate you for tuning in. It is Monday, my dudes. So you guys are having an awesome one. Friend Vic over here is just getting burned, hunting for diamonds, realizing that we only have about 30 out of the 50 tons that we need. So we're teching up the press. I guess we could send Naps back out. We have to watch over this guy before he gets hurt. 66. Oh no, bro. Someone's got to clean the toilet. Alright, can you do this, Arwen? Thank you, Arwen. Sorry to make you clean toilets, though. Nice. We're not building anything. Okay, that's good. 15, 8, 23, 26. This is done. This is at halfway. Alright, let's cut this so that refilling is not going to be too bad. Let's get some oxygen inside because we can. And then this guy is making my data banks so that we could finish Diamond Press. Diamond Press is going to suck. We're going to need so much coal, so much power. We might actually want to use the hydrogen here. The coal makes so much sense. Oh, we got a nice coal vein down here. Pretty nice. Taking out this coal too makes a lot of sense. This area, it's pretty nice for coal. I guess I do want to dig into there. Grab this. Grab all that. Grab that. We're gonna have to climb down there. Guess we could do this. Go in like that. Probably decoin these 2 diamonds. 3 diamonds. Okay, still not getting burned there. Take the food, I guess. Okay, this is ready. I've never sent oxygen to the other teleporter, huh? That's gonna be over here. Okay, we're gonna want that so we can send oxygen to the second side. Unreachable food. Yep, that's... I hate to say it was planned, but that is kind of how the play is gonna work. So 17, and it's 1-to-1. So we have enough. 29. Alright, man. He gets to come back. Should have enough. Rat bolts are already off. The dig commands are set. My man is no longer hurt. Immediately gets burned again. Classic friend Vic, dude. Oh, this is way too hot for him. Oh, you gotta leave. You might actually not make it. He's gonna tick at least one time, maybe twice. And he should be not dead. Dude, 20, dude, he takes 10 damage per tick. Almost got completely destroyed. My man is hurt. My man is hurt. That's a tile for second dude. Okay, and then we want to dig out that to get our setup in for the telescope. Should be not too bad. Not getting burned, let's go. Bog buckets, pea water. We're gonna get that there. That's gonna allow us to climb up and over. Do the same thing here. We're gonna mine this. And then we're gonna create space for another pitcher pump here. We might even do a thing where we have the water spill down. And then there's more water at the bottom. So all that water is going to be for the jellies right there. I guess we might as well mop that. Get a pump here for that pea water, because we'll eventually want that. This is at 65. It's a little too hot. 12 is fine. I might want to grab that water there. Mop this up. Mop that up. And then we'll be able to start spilling out the water here to here and to here once we need it. Preemptive dig. This is going to be weird. I might just want to do a little pool right here and pump it in. Maybe even drain it out to the bottom. We'll have to see. Alright, we don't want to be doing any more drilling right now. Research tech is done. Rad bolt chamber. I'm gonna build it. I don't know if I want that. I feel like I might. So this is 10 for 1. Yeah, we'll have to turn this back on again. And then no data banks. Okay, that's fine. So just water and dirt should be okay. My man's still healing. Let's try to get this done. He's not gonna wake up from that, that's fine. Haul in, moving out the diamonds too. 0.3, 1.6. 102, almost ready. I'm thinking because of how we're doing the Trailblazer strat, I might actually not be able to round trip this. I guess we'll see. Alright, that got done. We gotta get our telescope here. Build this, build that. And then we need to bring our scientists over so that they could start scanning some stuff. That's probably going to be after we finish the rabble containment. And then after that, I don't think there's any more tech we got to grow for. Everything else should be fine. It might be uranium research. And then we could do Radbolt engine. That would be really nice, actually. Because if I could do Radbolt Engine and do Research Reactor, that might actually be better. But the thing with that is it would allow us to do faster travel, which would be pretty sweet. All right, oxygen's now included. Let's get some pumpage. Gotta deliver the copper. Gotta get fueled up. But yeah, we're not gonna automate this because I don't know if we could even automate it. And what I mean is, because we're doing the Trailblazer strat to not have a pilot, we might not be able to. And it's a 0.4 again. Did not get the good packet size. Oh, they don't have food on the second side? They could eat. They go a day without food. What's the growth period here? All right, we're gonna get a harvest suit, so this should be fine. We do have swap chart if we need to. They are auto harvests. Should be fine. Should be fine. How long is this? 20. It's 10 kgs. 8, 11, 15. That's exactly enough. Yep, and then we have like a, yeah, extra bubble and a half. Trailblazer. Nice. Summon crew. Oh! What? That's illegal. How am I crashing? All right, boys. I don't know how we crashed, but we got to reset. I do know that the game was mentioned in the patch notes. There was a lot of weird crashing incidents with the Drillcone rockets. I don't know why. Hopefully it's not too bad. Dude, heck. All right, Oni's launched. I'm gonna go grab some beverage really fast. Let me get the game loaded first. Let's go. We is back. Building that out. This has gotta replug in, bringing in the diamonds. Okay, cool. I don't know what happened there, man. I don't know why we crashed. That was jank. Let's see if we could replicate it. Like, we're not gonna do much too different. We gotta supply the stuff. We gotta get the diamond, get the copper, refuel, right? We doing all that still. That's gonna happen. We already have the good math, so it's like a 15.5 kgs. Is it 0.5? 268. 311. Yeah, 5.5. All right, that's gonna be good. There's a couple extra pumps. Got the diamond. We got to build out the coppers. This is fine. They're gonna be mad about the no food on this side, right? Should be okay. I might need another temp shift plate because it's hot over there, man. God damn. This is still coming back. This needs to come back. Nice. Building this out. Trailblazer complete. Oxygen is now included. Good stuff. Handle is here. Yep, same thing with the steam. All right. Does the crash still happen? We did get a weird lag the moment I hit some of these buttons. All right, since it's all three coming back right now, it should say 60K, right? 60.0165. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I expected. It should be 20,000 per, and we need to do 50. Because it's 50 times 20 is... $1 million. So it's 1,000, and we need 50 tons, so 50 rockets. Each one gives me 20,000. So we add a 0, it's 200, and then times 5 is $1 million. Yeah. So it is going to be a mission. Let's go handle. All right, it works this time. I don't know what was different. I really don't. All right, so we're going to deploy handle. So we can have a self-driving rocket. There he is. I will wait till it lands first. He's out. We could decon. Good, good. Here, round trip. Set destination here. Let's see if that works. What amazing map are we working on today? This is a normal Terrania map. We rushed rocketry a little bit. And we were doing Mine the Gap speedrun. Not really. Turns out I don't have enough diamonds on the map, so it kind of sucks. We're going to actually have to diamond press because we're at like 30 out of the 50 tons that we need. So we don't have enough diamond in general. But for the most part, we are doing Mine the Gap on Terrania. This is done. Nice. Wait a second. This works, right? You just set it to 0. It's not gonna bottle on anything. Yeah. Hope you're doing well though, Slayer. Appreciate you for tuning in. Terrania, Mine the Gap. We're gonna see if you round trip. Does this actually drill all the way before flying back? What's going on, Ghost Rider? Welcome in. I I see you over there, man. We're over here just trying to do some mind the gap shenanigans. All right, another one's gonna get back, and we're gonna have to refill. $30 seconds. How are we over here? We need to send the researcher. I guess we do kind of want to wait for the rabble. Starvation. Damn, really? They're not gonna have food, huh? Okay. Wait, don't we have swamp chard right there? Yeah, we got it, we got it. Maybe we need more jellies. Try to get a couple more. These are gonna be ready, so we probably are fine. They just need a couple days for the plants to kind of get, you know, full force. I'm not sure how much we need Arwen here. Not actually sure. I'm thinking we could send Arwen back and bring in a researcher so that they have enclosed telescope ability. We do need diamond digging. I might want to keep Arwen there just because I might need to build rocket platforms and build a steam setup. Oh, there it is. More calories. Food's back on the menu. They're going to be able to eat. Alright, so back over to here. Oxygen's adding in. We did priority 9. Let's get the steam built. Okay, it's gonna take some time. Alright, that's in. We'll try to dig these 2 diamonds and that one. Okay, that got built. Diamond is supplied. We're just waiting for the steam. Oh wow, that melted fast. I guess it is lower mass. Oh, he's gonna get burned again. Why'd you clap your hands? You're gonna have to go heal again, dude. Alright, man. Just go heal. Yep, Arwen's kind of chill. Let's put a bin there so the diamond could be moved out immediately. Because if we do want to have more Drillcones on this side, we're gonna have to keep some diamonds here. Back at home, we have 12 tons. A couple more missions we could do. Alright, this is grounded. Looks like we filled up too much steam. Okay, summon launch. Everything here looks pretty good. Powers unplugged. We need to release the steam before it breaks our pipes. This is going to be a while before it gets back. 2.1. I wonder if we could do something ridiculous and get 2 sets of rockets per Drillcone. So that when we're flying back, there's another rocket ready to drill. It's an idea, man. I'm considering it. Alright, round trip. I don't know if that works. We're just gonna have it set for now. My man's is hurt. All right, moving out the diamonds. Always be rocketing. Yeah, man. That's basically the idea. Hopefully that means it's a little bit better, right? What's going on, Ball? I see you over there. If you guys don't know Ball, Ball is actually named after the energy drink called Balls. Spelled B-A-W-S. That is a real brand, by the way. I believe they might be Canadian. Now, there's actually a story behind it. It wasn't as simple as just he named himself after the drink. What happened was that we was being, you know, rascal little kids, and we saw on one of those rap music videos they was hanging out in Compton, and we're like, we hang out in Compton too. You know, we were just stupid young little kids. So we went to the projects in Compton, and we you know, we bought Swishers and we were trying to act tough. So what happened was that some dude, I think he was on some, came up to us, was like, let me get one of them Swishers. And he had a pocket knife. And then me and Ball look at each other like, what we gonna do? And then Ball goes, fuck it, we ball. And he punches this fool and knocks him out. And I was like, we gotta break. You know, we gotta break out. We gotta run. And we left. We never went back to Compton after that day. And Ball was like, yo, man, I'm gonna start calling myself that. Now, weird thing was that it was already taken, so we had to add those extra digits at the end of his name. Feels bad. What's going on, Ghosty? Welcome in. But yeah, that day, Ball was born. What's the challenge here? Oh, we're doing Mind the Gap. For the most part, Cycle 177. We have some mining rockets already, and we have a steam box set up. The problem is that Mind the Gap takes 50 tons of diamonds. Oh, what is that? Mind the Gap's an achievement right here. You want to do mining from the space POIs, you get about 20,000 kilograms per mining trip. Each trip takes 1,000 diamond, which is a ton. So we need 50 tons because it turns out to be 50 trips. So we're on the second map digging up some diamonds, but we are not close to the 50 that we need. My man is hurt. They hear you're about that sports gambling life, man. Oh, we got the second friend. Do we save him? There's no other diamond on the left side. That's rude. All right, friend Vic. We got to micro you so you don't get burned too badly. It's getting burned already. All right. Back to the triage bed you go. He's trying, man. He really is. So 12, we're 5 down, 12, 24, 29. Yeah, we're about 30 tons. All right. We might want to start making a press setup on this side. That's what I'm thinking. We could start working on the press setup. All right, so we do want to dig that. So first things first. I don't think we need Arwen here, so we're gonna send her back. We're gonna have to micro him well so he never gets wrecked by the heat. So that might take a little bit of time, but should be all right. We're gonna send Arwen back so that we can have her work on the diamond press, because it looks like we are gonna need at least 20 tons of diamonds. Okay. 240 watts, not a lot. Then 100 kg of refined carbon to 100 kg of diamond. So 20 tons. Wait, it doesn't say how much rad bolt this needs. That's a little unfortunate. Okay, get out of there. 0.6. We got to make sure we look at that. Oh, and this is off for now. It's 1,000 rat. 1,000? $1 million. God damn. Really? Dude, that's a lot, dude. All right, how do we want to do this? That's why I struggle. That's very fair. That's a lot of rads. Oh, my man can't harvest for himself. Go get the foods. Welcome back, Ghosty. Feed yourself. Nice meal, and then we put you back on the triage. .4. Okay. He's gonna be on triage. We could harvest some more, but he doesn't need to yet. Debating on playing Oni or Power. Dude, you should roll a D20 dice. You know what, dude? What do you call that? Which board game was this? It's like they had, oh man. Someone tell me in chat, you know this. There was like a bubble that was like embedded inside of something. And what would happen is you would push the top of the bubble. It sinks in, but it pops back out, and then it rolls dice inside. So you never touch the dice. Well, you guys know what I'm talking about? I've seen it somewhere in my childhood. That's from Trouble Sorry. Both of those are games. Chance also had it. Sorry had it. A couple games had that. Do you guys know the name of that dice thing? Because in a world where we have dice towers, I'm thinking, wouldn't something like that be a little bit better? You have multiple push dice that you just push down and it rolls. Is there a name for that device? I guess that's what I'm looking for. I want to see if that's already being like mass made on Amazon. It's like anything like that, someone's gonna make it, man. Most of the time. No clue what it's called. Feels bad. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, so we kind of want to watch this. We have this set to round trip. I want to see if it waits to finish drill coning first. It's called the Pop-O-Matic Bubble. I gotta write this down. Pop-O-Matic Bubble dice. Appreciate it, Ghost Rider. Yo, man, you gotta get one of those for when you're indecisive. All right, so it goes in drills. And right now it's set to round trip. All right, so I'm gonna reset round trip destination. Clear. If you're flying, you're not drilling. Okay. So I think that does work. I have to check it in 1.4 cycles. Pop-O-Matic is the name of a brand. It's just generic dice popper. Dice poppers. Let's go. Just means I'm old. Hey, man. You might be old, but you having the knowledge means you're wise. Old and wise. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing with a little bit of wisdom. Alright. We gotta work on a Radbolt machine. Fun times. We now know that we are not going to need any more rads unless I'm going to go for uranium tech. So let's just not use this and argue that it's not going to be used. We're going to need refined coal, carbon. We have 3.7. This makes 9, so 10 is a ton. 20 tons. So 20 times 10 is 200. Oh, damn. We're gonna need a lot of coal. Yeah, now I'm thinking I can't actually... I can't actually use coal for power now if I'm gonna refine everything, is what I'm starting to realize. And even if we power the press, we need to power the generators, the Radbolt generators, and that's also a problem. Oh my god, we don't have enough power. Even with the hatches, this don't look like it do be enough. Like, we could convert 20 tons of coal into 20 tons of refined. That's fine. I just don't think we'll be able to power all the Radbolt gens we're gonna want. We could technically deal with natty gas now, though. Print Scepter, something for the power. The problem with the Print Scepter, though, is it would be short-term source. Whoa, wait. You know, one of the best sources of power in this game would be the Saturn Critter Trap. You get so much hydrogen from this. We would need an aqua tuner to hit negative temp. And then feed it what? Shine bugs? Oh, it doesn't eat shine bugs. Oh, that's rude. Do the Print Scepter for the Beta Hive Critter Trap setup and get a bunch of hydrogen. Dude, that would solve all the power that we would need. All right, we have to be weary to intercept the next 6 printouts, which is going to be all of today's stream. So that means regardless of what we do, we won't be able to get the diamond press set up today. That so sucks, man. That so sucks. We could start Building batteries though, and start holding some of that power. Make a legit research reactor. We could... Wait. We don't have betas anywhere. We don't have uranium anywhere outside of this node. Could we even do it? How much is this? 10, 13, 17, 20. And then you lose half the mass from enrichment. 10 to... No, you lose 80%. So we get 50 times 20 divided by... Yeah, we get 10% mass because it's 80% times 50%. No, it's 20%, 50%. Yeah. So we would get 20 times 100 times 10%. So I get 200 kilograms. Research. This is 10 kgs a cycle. And we would only get 20 kilograms. Wait, is that correct? 20 kilograms? 200, right? After all the refinement, that's about 10 days, 10 cycles. Oh my god, I feel like we would get enough. Oh, you know what? I hate to say this, we could fail the reactor on purpose. Right? Build the reactor, give it the uranium, and then immediately let it... immediately let it fall out. I have plastic. I have 6 tons for you. If you didn't know this, if your reactor fails, it spikes up in radiation. It doubles. Right? And then it slowly deteriorates. I think it takes something like 30 to 90 cycles because your reactor in that area is going to be a nuclear fallout to harvest the radiation. Because with that much rads from the fallout, you wouldn't need that many generators, is the logic. Yeah, no Wheezeworts. We have 5 Wheezeworts total if I take these 2 into consideration. We have 3 seeds on the map otherwise. So I'm thinking to myself, we could dedicate an area to collapse, bring in some coal gen, and hopefully have enough coal on the map, especially with the hatches. And then with that, I'm gonna start bopping some meal lice here. How much rad do you need? I need to make 20 tons. Each process is 80 seconds, but needs 1,000 rads. I need to do this 20 times. No, 200 times. 20, 200. 10 is 1 ton. 10 times 20 at 200. I need to do this 200 times. So 200 times 1,000. I need 200,000 rads. So the rads are going to be for the diamond press because these are 1,000 rads each use to refine carbon into diamonds. Yeah, you could stack the Weeze wards and get a nice farm, but we're gonna need 200,000 rads. And while we could do that, I'm thinking to myself, how many generators you're gonna need? That's gonna be 480 watts of power constantly, right? For each generator. And then not only that, you're going to also want to make it kind of steady, so your rockets could be doing Mind the Gap. Well, you could make it out of peat and wood. We don't have arbor trees and we don't have any sources of peat without having to do the Princeptor stuff, so I don't think so. I'm thinking though, if we do the reactor fallout, right, it's a 10 factor. So this is on this tile 635 rads. This generates 663 rads a cycle because it's a 10 factor. So with a fallout reactor at 1500, or no, 15,000, I think, we'd be able to get like 1,000 rads a cycle. We would max out the bar probably. And then we would probably in like a couple days get enough, but we would have to store it inside of the rad bolt chamber. How much does this hold? Rad bolt chamber. It doesn't actually say. Wait, rad bolts in storage will rapidly decay while the building is disabled. Requires a green signal to release. Is that even worth? It makes me think I should just power a bunch of diamond presses at the same time. Because these are only 240 watts. Oh, man. I don't know how that's gonna really work out, man. Like, is it better for us to do Weeze wards and do it slowly? No crash satellites, huh? Frozen friends. Mixed boulders. No unusual features. Does this have an oily biome? Bee biome. Go to this planet just to steal from the bees. How many hours? I don't know, 5,000 hours. I've stopped counting after I reach 5,000. You could also refine carbon from boiling resin. You got the heat source. The bees deserve it. Steal from the bees. You could also get trees here, so we get refined carbon that's not coal. And then we get barren biomes, so this means we get a little bit of coal naturally. Wait. We could just start picking up resource here, right? I don't need none of this. Damn it, none of this is useful. Tungsten, chlorine, hydrogen. The bees. You could ask Ghost Rider in chat. That's him, dude. Nicolas Cage. Ghost Rider just chilling. You know what we could also do? we could send back the ethanol that we have here and then start powering petroleum gens. That would be solid, because you have a decent amount of naturally spawning ethanol on the map that we could just take it, move it out, send it to the first planet, and then we get petroleum gens for a little bit of power. Save up a little bit of the coal, because we got to refine it anyways to get refined carbon. And then we need to do more power for the diamond press stuff anyways. Oh, man. This is unfortunate. So we consider the ethanol to send back. We need to diamond press. All right. Part of me is a little bit like... what if we have diamonds on the side? And we don't have to do any of this. We need 20 tons. We need 20 tons. 19, technically, but that's basically where we need to be at. So he's going to start taking some burn damage. It's to be expected. It's going to be 10 damage ticks at a time. He could start the second one, but we got to pull him out. Hopefully his pull-out game is strong. All right. Decent pull-out game. He's about halfway. What are you doing? Damn, you get pull-out game weak? Pull-out game weak. Dude, you're gonna die. Touch the water, fam. 17? No one's here to save you, dude. 60s. Okay, it's cool now. It's cool. Dude, he almost died. My man, pull-out game not strong, dude. What's going on, we level? Doesn't look like we have any diamonds here. The diamonds like to show up as a group. Like a little cluster, kind of like how we had a little geode right here. Unfortunate. Miscellaneous. Diamond would show up. Because then sulfur is miscellaneous. Man, biomes on this. Magma, jungle, marsh. Yeah, there's never gonna be... Yeah, this is the core right at the bottom. I don't see any diamonds here. I want to say we got unlucky. No diamonds in the bottom. If anything, geodes might have some diamonds. Yeah, there's some variants that don't have diamonds, but it's like, it's our best bet. Geodes, we have to hope for a diamond geode. We could go check that out. That's probably going to be this rocket. So... we're gonna do... Rover is 3 tall. Oh, that sucks. No, you needed 50 tons. The 1,000 kilograms is per rocket, but total you need 50 tons. We have 30 tons. Digging out everything on the second planet. And then once we're out of diamonds here, we're still missing 20 tons. So I'm thinking we could either go to another planet or start diamond pressing. If we diamond press, we run into a couple of problems. We're going to be using coal for power, but we have to do refined carbon, which is 125 coal for 100 refined. So we need 20 tons of coal for 20 tons of diamond. I mean, refined carbon. We're at 6 and we're making more, but our coal's only at 90 tons. We have a hatch ranch, but it's not going to keep up. We could dig some more on the map, but that's going to run out at some point. So I am considering some options right now of what we could do, but I'm not actually sure. We could try to send back ethanol so that we have power for the Radbolt gens and just use the 5 Weezeworts we have. We have 2 there. We have 3 here at 5 Weezeworts. So we would get a decent amount of radiation. It's not amazing. Right, we would do the 4 set with the 1 underneath. And then maybe do 2 Radbolts there. We might just do 5 in a row and have them line up right there. That's the same... That's so funny. That's the same tech for the reactor. Lums anywhere for Pete? No. Relica is not naturally spawned. You have to start on it. Now, here's the thing. We do have the Print Scepter, but it will take us a few hours to get 6 charges, because we would have to get both the Lum and the Overgrow. I guess we could feed Lum something else, but then it's like that in and of itself is going to take so long that I might as well just ignore it. But yeah, no naturally occurring stuff. I'm thinking we could try to explore and get the rest. But I'm thinking to myself, none of the planets inherently have diamonds. The water planet never has any. It's only going to be graphite, lime, some of the random minerals. You would literally need to look for an oily biome. Outside of that, I don't know any other biomes that would have diamonds. And then outside of biomes, you could look for the geode trait, which has a chance. One of the geodes is a diamond geode. But even then, it's like, how much are you going to get? A couple tons? My current Lum Condo complex, all the peat and algae forever. Dude, I want to do a Relica, no electrolyzer build. Only live off of oxygen and algae. Oxygen diffusers and algae. Now, here's the thing. Can you get diamonds from a POI? Because, like, I wouldn't mind just doing that. No diamonds from POI. I'm starting to think we have to just start pressing. Alright, we're going to do the no reactor press. We will do the no reactor press. Hopefully this is fine. We have come to a conclusion. The council has demanded a no reactor press setup. And we will give it to them. Oh, we have Weezeworts here. Oh, dude. I didn't think about this. We just send all the Weezeworts from here back. We have Glossies, so that means we have Phosphorite. Oh, dude, yeah. Weezeworts, no reactor press. Okay. Bottle drainer. We're gonna do this. Alright, he's gonna have oxygen to do the telescoping. And then I am gonna need to... We're gonna be receiving water from here. No killing the dupes. No killing the dupes. We're gonna add in some pipelines here. We're gonna hold ethanol inside. All right, just to hold it. Work conditions less than ideal. Dude, he has oxygen, dude. We gave him a pipeline. He's chilling. He got the NASA outfit on, dude. He's the man for the job. He's chilling. We're drilling over here. This guy's coming back. We're gonna get some more spots. All right, so we're gonna need to bring back ethanol. And then I'm alive barely. Hey man, this guy's pull-out game was weak. It's not my fault. He could have been better at pulling out. But you know, man, he's not too good. Not too good. You have to get out of the hot water sometimes. Alright, so ethanol. After that, we are going to need... Oh, guess who's back, boys? Mama's back in his spot. We will need to redo a Weezewort spot that's gonna want power. I think we might just do this area. Makes a lot of sense. Well, no, that's kind of where the food is. It's starting to look like we just break into here. That kind of does make the most sense, I feel like. Yeah, alright, so let's dig this. Oh, no one here with dig skill. Because he's injured on the second colony. Okay. We'll leave these guys be then. For now. And then we'll eventually clear this area out. Start the Weezeworts in an area. You know what? Maybe that doesn't matter. Now that I'm thinking about it, if we use Weezeworts, they're going to be able to buffer any amount of heat generation that happens. Which wouldn't be too bad. And that means using this space makes it a lot easier. Alright. Let's say we do use this space, but we use a combination of up top and the bottom here. And I think that's going to make it okay. So let's get this built. We're going to want that. And then we're going to ladder all the way down. We're going to go here. Can't dig through granite. All right, we're going to give someone skill. No one here likes to dig, huh? We're doing telescoping. We have a little bit of food. Looks like we do have to send him back after he's done digging. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not that much. But the water's hot, so he's going to get hurt every time. Nah, man. Build with digging skill. You don't like to do it, but you know, you skilled at it. Such is life. You don't like to work at the mines. You're just really good at the job. You guys ever see Solo Leveling? There's that scene where the main character who's like, you know, just kind of nosing around. He goes work at a mining facility. And then he's working out there. The people are like, dude, you're really good at this, man. If you ever need a full-time job, we will gladly welcome you back. And he's like, oh yeah, think about it, man. And it's like, he's the main character of Isekai. I mean, it's not Isekai, but he's the main character of the show, right? So it's like kind of weird. But at the same time, he is the main character, so it kind of makes sense. But it's kind of like that, man. You're good at the mining job, even though you're a summoner. And it's like, you know, they don't think it be like it is, man. But it do. Still hurt. Eating with the naps, man, though. My god, he is fast. What? You just ran there and started complaining about needing to use it? Oh, is this out of order? Someone clean this, man. Oh, it's not out of order. It just needed dirt. Go use the restroom. God damn it, naps. This water is a little hot still. $200, $500. Nah, man. He's hurt. He's not pretend sick. He just piled up too many days of, you know, not being healthy. Mosquitoes. We'll take the pemmican. Cobalt mud. Okay. We could still scan this. There's something here that could be a planet, to be honest. This guy's, you know, he's on the American healthcare. Take 2 Tylenols and sleep on it. Usually works. Usually works. Alright, so this got built. They're working on the ladder. This has 3 days to charge. You know, we could just send them back to get the build finished. That might be... Oh, I have 86. This is not even done yet. Okay. We gotta actually dig that then. $99. There it is. See, look at that. He's coughing, dude. He's totally was sick. It's not faking it, man. It was real. This is not hot enough. He's at a nice 69 degrees. Alright, there's the skull. And he's back. Dude, he took 39 damage from that. Yep. No diamonds here. The neutronium. Oh, it's all the way over here. Okay, we could still get lucky. We could still get lucky. I doubt it. Technically, though, we could still get lucky and get a bunch of diamonds on the side. We could actually try to go down this way and check. Dude, that might be the play. This is a lot safer. And that will give us a good vision chunk. Because I didn't realize that the neutronium was all the way over here. So it's like we get a good vision like that. You could probably not have to heal and work on that. And get the natural... No, actually, yeah, he can only heal when he's sleeping. Though I kind of have to know at this point. Wait, what? Oh, he's harvesting. Almost done with the scan. This 4-tile range is nice. Oh man, you're doing all the gardening first? Man, he's working hard. He's making sure there's food on the table. You can tell the man has a family. Alright, let's see how lucky we get or unlucky we get. Oh, wait, what? Okay, that's fine, I guess. My man. Do we get any more diamonds? We get the 2 right there, some on the floor. Big chunk of Fog of War. Breathability is there. We get Swamp Chard Hearts. I have to lock dupes in the works. I have to get work done. Yeah. It really do be like that. If you come from a game of RimWorld, that's the one thing you desperately miss. That efficiency. All right. Go do the digs. Hopefully that gives us a good amount of vision. You do 1 tile, then run away delivering something, and that's with proximity priority. Yep, that's the one thing about this game that's kind of frustrating. Seemingly the dupes feel like they're coded to be purposely inefficient. It really do feel like that every time you play this game. They're purposely made to always walk the slower path, do jobs kind of almost at random, stuff like that. That is part of the reason why games like Timberborn is kind of nice. They do the jobs in the order that you do it, and they never get stuck. But at the same time, I don't know any of my beavers' names. I could always tell that Stinky over here is always messing up. That's what Stinkies do best. They be pooping all the time. Oh, I was loud. Mamba was not phased. Mamba was not phased at all. Ooh, ooh. Rocket's back. Let's go. We gotta do a refill job. This is already done. Okay, so we only need to refill the steel. Cool. Stinky was the dupe that died in my playthrough. He was ass. Oh, that feels so bad. All the Stinkies out there. Feels bad, dude. Stinky deserved so much better. But what can you do? Alright, let's go, Friendfic. You got this, buddy. We gotta see some diamonds. He's gonna dig. We have to move him down for the extra vision. Oh, come on. Gotta reset the AI. Breathability here is pretty bad. That's not diamonds. Never mind. I thought I saw a glimmer of hope. And it was lead. What a sham. Oh, dude, I didn't see this guy drowning, dude. He's drowning in the very poop he released. Oh, he had to poop. That's classic. No, dude. No diamonds. It really do look like we're not going to be getting any more. Diamonds only have magma biome, about 1,000 Celsius in temp. Good thing we don't have to deal with that. That would be bad. Yep, there is the neutronium. No diamonds. We are on the miscellaneous tag. Oh my god. 500. Let's go. Halfway there to 1,000. All right, we have enough. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Have that dump out. Summon, select. And launch. All right, we're gonna wait for handle. Shine bug. No diamonds. Fly this guy back. This guy's almost done. Iron. No diamonds down here. Very unlucky. A lot of coal, though. I guess we could start sending coal back if we really need to. There was no geode on the map. Okay. Number 3. Number 2. Return trip. I don't think that works the way I think it does. And then nothing happens. Okay. So you can't do the round trip with the setup that we have. That's kind of unfortunate, man. It'd be like that sometimes. So we have to kind of manually handle that. I guess that's okay. And then we have nothing else we could really do here. This guy didn't get healed. Gonna go eat. How goes the rocket automation? We're not at that stage yet, unfortunately. Because we know Mine the Gap's gonna take a lot of trips, I want to get enough diamonds first. So that's at 50 tons. We're not going to be able to get all 50 tons of diamonds unless we actually use the building. The diamond press. So we're going to be trying to build the setup for that. So that's the point where we're at right now. We could start setting up automation if we wanted to, if we had free time, to start picking up the cargo. Our strat, though, is really weird. This is our rockets that are in space right now traveling. You could tell by the animation, right? They're all empty. So they're all empty rockets, no pilot. So since we're doing it that way, it's going to take time. So we realistically want to have them kind of just do their runs. I feel like once we Pete would take that. Once we figure out the automation, it's only going to make it, you know, pick up resources. It doesn't really work with our setup. Yeah, we're going to put it off to the last minute until we don't need it. 100%. We're not going to do that on purpose. More so that we want to just make sure we could get the achievement first. Because, you know, realistically, that's kind of what that is, right? A win more move. I put the Spacefarer because I didn't want the Robopilot. I don't even have the tech. I don't have the tech, man. We're doing the OG jank way. If you're not familiar with the OG jank way. I have a Spacefarer and then a Trailblazer. I manually launch outside to the ring. Trailblaze back down. And then we have a floating rocket. And then I just fly it without a pilot. Yes, so that the way I'm doing it is the way that I've always done it. Because if you use this, you got to spend data banks. So that kind of sucks. So we're just doing it that way to save on a little bit of resource. Also, I don't have the tech for it. This is probably better, though, because you get to fully automate it. But yeah, my researcher's on the second planet right now. Scanning a little bit. He's done scanning, though. I'll probably send him back. Alright, so non-stop naps. We're done with the telescope. Alright, man. He's gonna get hurt again, so we're just gonna have him do the thing. Since we're here, we're probably gonna grab the tech. One of these days, I'm gonna send a loner into Lonely Space Colony. Dude, make it a loner stargazer. You're looking for this tech. Launch payloads between planetoids. Payloads contain solid liquid gas. Now, if that's not what you're looking for, because you want to send it from a rocket, not from the base, then you're looking for cargo module right here. This allows you to deliver cargo from the rocket to the planet's surface without landing. And this is technically the intended way they wanted you to build a platform. Fly over, drop off the resource, and then trailblaze down after the resource is there. Then you could open the payload, build the rocket, launch pad, and then you'll be able to land, right? What's going on, Flint? Welcome in. My man's getting hurt. Oh, he can't breathe. Oh, downtime. Classic. I've been doing Steel Rover, Steel Trailblazer for a long time. The Rover gets the serious work done. Yep. I'm not going to lie. I do that way too. It feels a lot better to do Rover out of steel and Trailblazer out of steel. But if you don't want to wait to steal, this would be the way to do it. You could do this as soon as you get any refined metal, you know, and then you just get the platform. Hello, that what they wish, but for doing it the hard way. Hey, man. It'd be like that sometimes. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. You gotta do the way you enjoy. It's like when you go to a restaurant and you get the gabagool, and then you know it's a lunch special, so you get the salad or you get the soup. You get the salad because you're trying to lose weight. You happen to gabagool, so it's already kind of bad. And then you got to tell the waitress, you got to put the gabagool on the side, you put it on top, and you send it back. Put the salad on the side when you have the gabagool, and then you eat the salad first. That's the crazy thing. A lot of people eat that afterwards. You have to eat the salad first, and then you have the gabagool. And that's the way it's done, man. Certified. That probably went over everyone's head, man. No one knows that scene. Waitress lost her mind. Dude, I don't even think the waitress cared, man. Flynn knows. Shout out to Flynn. Interplanetary launcher is pretty good. It's the way to realistically like automate like a water planet, to start sending water from the water planet to the other planets. Though I wish there was a thing where you could send the water from the water planet to the magma planet, and without having a dupe there, release the water. That'd be kind of cool. That way it's like a safe way to just drop off water there for, you know, steam cooling. All right, 82, little top. Yeah, because when you're inside the payload, the items don't interact with the outside, right? That's the thing. Explosive payloads, more so reactive. You allow the stuff inside the payload to interact with the outside environment. Or make it so that the material you use for the payload can be auto-grabbed by collectors now. I'm not sure about that. I am not sure about that. That might be true, but haven't done it. Doesn't say delivered by duplicates. Can you have payloads picked up by the sweeper? Can be fully automated. Okay. I guess at that point, you just can't interact the bottle of water properly. That's the one thing that is kind of suck. The bottle doesn't really interact too well, but I guess it does. It's like a teleporter. I see, I see. Just like this. Maybe that could be the challenge, Flynn. You do a playthrough where only one guy gets to leave the planet. And then you call him like Neil Armstrong or something. And then he's the only one that goes to the other planets. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, you came down here and you didn't even use the restroom. Alright, man. There's enough radiation on the sun that every asteroid ever need send fuel. I think I see space. Nice. Good luck with space, man. Hopefully you don't have meteors. You gotta set a beacon for the payload. True. Yeah, you gotta get one of those. Targeting beacon. Oh, we did it. All right, so he's still hurt. We're gonna have him go back. We have 4 days here. And then once those 4 days are up, we'll be able to send him back. Okay, on this side, we've done that. Start building this out. Start doing a little bit of the digs. Create a little bit of space. We will be receiving ethanol, but we don't have the setup for that yet, but it's fine. I made an automated liquid launcher on one of my runs just to see if Water Planet beats Magma. I didn't wait long enough, but the water was winning. Dude, water always wins. If I learned anything about this game, is how strong water is in general. Like, if you ever wonder why sweating is like cooling your body down a lot, it's like, dude, have you ever seen Oni, dude? Water's OP for cooling, man. It really is. It's so good. So we want to use this space for a little bit of the build. We got to prep a little bit right now. We're going to be doing some petroleum gen stuff, which shouldn't be too bad. I might be able to just build it here a little bit tight. That would make a lot of sense. Probably run that tiles here. And then I probably want to run some insulated setups here. I probably don't want to deal with the gas, so I probably want to do a liquid lock. So we'll do the setup. This is low enough that we could just mop. And then we want to dig as much as we can. Need to wait for the dupes to dig. Alright, so him healing or not doesn't really matter too much. Let's disable auto repair on this, because this is going to get hurt by the meteors. We have 14 tons of diamond here with only 11 here. We're mining, but it's like we got to make the diamonds. That's going to be fun. So that's going to be what we're going to set up. We're going to set up some petroleum gens, and then we could use this cold water here. Funny enough. Do the same thing here with the cooling loop. Get it to like 20 degrees. And then we could just feed it into the bottom. We could just make some steel just to use up some of the water in the reservoir. 20. And then we will want to just keep digging out the space. Did we finish making? All right, we need another 99 because we are only at 13 tons. We need to get 20 tons of refined carbon because we're going to process that into diamonds. And we need to be digging. All right, let the dupes do their thing for a little bit. 0.3, 0.4. We are going to very likely have to refuel. I wonder if that's going to be like, if you try to speed run, mine the gap, that would be the challenge, right? Can you diamond press enough diamonds fast enough? Is there another map that has more diamonds on it? Like, you would consider first and second planet if there's naturally spawning diamonds? And then if you do, how close do you get? Because 50 tons means that you have to have 100 tons of diamond on the map because you have to dig it, right? What's the Desolens's partner planet? Is that flipped magma? I don't think they give you too much diamond on that, if any at all. I don't think there's any naturally occurring. All right, we're back. Gotta get the copper. Don't exhaust it. Alright, gotta do the deliveries. Get a second one. Classic. Alright, so because of how this works, we have to refill with diamonds, but then we have to trailblaze down after we do the thing. Shouldn't be too bad. Y'all see this? My rockets are stacked up. This is gonna crash, isn't it? It shows that it's here, but in the game database, they're both on the same spot. That's so bad. We got stacked numbers, dude. I feel like I should be scared. Yeah, man. Too jank. A little bit too jank. Hopefully it's not too bad. Handle it. Ethanol. We'll take that, I guess. Alright, we should have enough here. All right, 150. This is in, that's in. Summon launch. This is ready as well. Okay, which means after we're done, that's a exit. No! Look at Mamba. He's so passed out. Oh, look at his pulse shake. He's dreaming. His mouth is flinching and his hands are shaking. Rocket control station work chore. Looks like the rocket control station has a problem. Alright, we gotta relaunch, boys. Mamba's just twitching. Look at the little babies. I like kind of seeing Mamba like that because that means he's perfectly at ease and at peace and he's safe. He knows he's safe. That's how he could sleep like that, right? Alright, Mamba, we gotta shrink you, baby. Second crash today because of the rocket stuff. It's still showing up like this. That's so bad. We're still in the refueling phase. All right, 1,000, 1,000. Trailblazer, 1 unit each. Okay. There we go. All right, let's try it again. The other one is moving out. All right, deploy. There it is. Now we know where we're going. Landers there. Some in the sky. Double deploy. So we can't land right there, right? Nice. Whoa. There we go. Okay, not bad. Steam has to leave before it actually breaks. Then for the most part, both those rockets are good. So you're healthy now. 72%. Diamonds got moved out. All right, let's allow you to ship everything back. Sending back the diamonds. All right, after that, I guess it's going to be Wheezeworts. We want to pick that up. Let's go over to here. Try to get these Wheezeworts. Wart seed. There's some right here, I guess. I think we're just going to grab these. And hopefully that'll be fine. Oh. What a slip. There we go. Pea dirt supply, that works. Just cleaning up all the pea dirt right now. The wart seeds are going to be allowed back. And it's pooping time. So yeah, no diamonds in here. Feels bad. Neutronium wall. Unless it's like, I mean, this is also the abyssalite. So I just don't think we're gonna get anything. A little bit unfortunate. Oh, I woke him up. No, I woke up Mamba. I leaned back on the chair and it made a creak sound and he woke up from it. I'm sorry, Mamba. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight we flying out the rockets. We're gonna get hit with some ice, huh? That's not too bad. Ice meteor shower. 93.7. Sorry, Mamba. Yeah, man. Gotta apologize to him. We done him up. I can't believe I did him up like this. Alright, still supplying the diamond. Still supplying the wart seeds. We will, we will. And then once he's back, we'll be able to dig everything out properly. Kind of need to do that right now. So we do have a lot of ice so that we can keep everything here cold pretty well. I guess we could sacrifice the floor here and melt ice on top of it. Get a little bit of cold water. Ethanol, auto bottle. So this will eventually want to get some of the other ones. These would be not bad to start removing out the chlorine from here. I kind of feel like I wouldn't mind a second tube here. I don't think we have a lot of digging we need to do. So we'll just send them back for now. But I think this means we bring someone else here. So someone that doesn't really do anything else except supply. It's gonna be Puma or Sus or Tie Me Up. Wow, 210 shovels. Jesus. Is that counting the eggs? Or is that purely just shovels? I mean, either way, man, you have a lot of food. You got lots of food right now, man. It's not a bad thing. Room overlay says 210. Okay. That is a lot. So, sounds like you're gonna be expanding the population, huh? That would make a lot of sense. At the same time, that might mean you might want to stop feeding them. They eat so much resource. Dude, you start feeding them, dude, they multiply, yeah. If you starve them, I believe they're break even. Alright, looks like we just have some stuff we gotta have them do. He's gotta do the supply jobs. We'll let him do it. Okay. Work on that. Boop, boop. One, two, 1, 2. How wide are these? 4x3s. So we do want to go all the way out. I guess we just take the neutronium as well. 6 grams per second regular have enough for thousands of cycles. No, man, you say that, but once the shovels get to a high enough value, you're gonna lag out, dude. You gotta watch out for that. Alright, we're gonna be setting up some petroleum gen stuff. Makes a lot of sense. We'll probably do a heavy watt plate like that right there. Probably want to do this as well. Get as much of the digs as we can. They're gonna find 32 tile rooms, but yeah, maybe we should disable grooming stations. Yeah, man. Even like 100 Paku on a single tile can get kind of bad. $2.5 mil BBQ. You should start getting sage hatches and start feeding them BBQ as well. Let them eat the good stuff. Put some sauce on it. Instead of feeding them the dry brisket you didn't want to eat. Feels bad, man. You gotta give them the hand-me-downs, but that's technically how life is for the sages. All right. One wild hatch. That's one thing in the game I really do wonder if they'll ever add. It's probably too late for that, but as like a way to make critters wild, like a process for that. I feel like that would be kind of nice. If that were ever a thing. We're gonna have to do a drop block here. Minimize the heat loss. Or the heat leak. Alright, so it's here. Okay. Gens get fed at the bottom. Poppers. pumpers. Double gen. And then we want to dig 2 tiles for the automation. Yeah. Might scale back on the burst blossoms. Just need about half of the seaweed for berry sludge. Space food. Hey man, if you have access to chlorine, gotta get that megafrons. Also, if you have seals, tallow wouldn't be bad. Technically, tallow plus meat is pemmican, right? I just realized that cooling this might be a little tough. Oh, I didn't have prehistoric pack, and I didn't pick CO. Oof. Sometimes you need that kiss from a rose. That would have been nice, though. Pemmican. With all that meat. 31 seeds. 0.49762. Rounding errors. Alright, we're drilling, boys. So... my dude over here is getting the ethanol. We got to submit the bioscan. After we do that, we go out this way, and we try to pitch pump. Mop up the waters. Move out the wart seeds, smooth out the stuff. We still don't have oil. We just need a drop. I don't want that acting to be connected. Berry sludge. Berry sludge is only a plus, pemmican is only a +2 instead of a +3. That's not bad. Not gonna lie, you would think it would be the other way around because you would have fat mixed in with the meat. And that fat savoriness would be added in for the nice flavor. I actually thought they were the same morale, to be honest. What's going on, Open Roof? Welcome in. Ooh, pea ice is actually amazing here. We are going to be doing a jank setup right now. We're going to get a little bit of... Oh, we canceled it. There we go. We're doing a weird setup right now. So we're doing the Mine the Gap achievement. You can see we have rockets right now mining. Drilling with diamonds, right? And we have 3 rockets right now because that's the only tiles within range of our steam rockets. We're using steam, right? We got a steam box right here set up, and we have our rockets for that. So you only get 10 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tiles. These are closer. So the problem that we're running into is that in order to actually finish... Wait for the save. In order to actually finish the achievement, we got to do a total amount of mining of 1,000,000 kilograms, and you get 20,000 kilograms per full mining mission. When you get the math, 20,000 by 1,000,000 is 50. So we got to get 50 tons because it's 50, or it's 1 ton per Drillcone. So 50 times that 1 ton is 50 tons. We went to the second planet, dug out the bottom for the diamonds, and it turns out there's only 30 tons here. I didn't realize that. I thought we had enough. So now we're in a situation where instead of mining from more locations, I realized that I can't really focus on that, and instead we need to do something called diamond pressing. We have to start pressing refined carbon into diamonds, and that's what we're doing now. We're going to be sending back the ethanol that we have here. And the logic's going to be simple. Ethanol is a combustible liquid that you could actually put into a petroleum jet. Petroleum, ethanol, or biodiesel to electrical power. Combustible liquid. So because of that, we're using this as a power source. And I'm probably going to tune these up, maybe. Either way, these are going to power a lot of our things that we need here. So we're going to be storing the ethanol inside some reservoirs, and then we're going to feed it in once we have enough set up. And then we are going to get the Weezeworts from here. Right here, ice biome. There's some more on this side as well. And then we have some more ethanol we're going to grab as well. We're going to take the Weezeworts and we're going to make a Radbolt farm. A more dense version of this. Then once we have that set up, we're going to be able to power the Radbolt generators. Right? With the army of Weezeworts. And then hopefully we'll be able to generate enough Radbolts to get that done. But yeah, that's what we're working on right now. So right now we're trying to get some ethanol-based power. We're going to have to deal with the smog and all that. So we're just going to put this in a box. Any pea water it generates, we're probably just going to want to pull it out. Probably just put a reservoir here and just pull out the liquid straight up. What's that ink blotch? This guy's name is Mamba. He's napping right now on the beds right behind me. Kitty cat. So Mamba's napping. You guys know how the kitty cats are. But that's going to be what we're going to try to do. Yeah. So we're probably going to put the Radbolt here. How many wart seeds are we sitting at? Wart 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We probably just do 6, to be honest. I guess for throughput, it's probably better to just go all 8. And then just put some lead tiles here. I'm AFK farming Mind the Gap. I'm at 421k. Dude, do you have the diamonds though? I didn't have enough diamonds, so we have to make some. That's what we're doing right now. It's doing the good old diamond press. Weezeworts are gonna be here. I'm probably okay to dig all this out. We're not going to put the weaves warts in yet. But as reference, eight tiles. And then we probably do the diamond pressing here. Probably on this side. $16K DTU. It seems like it might be kind of hot. Whoa, this building is tall. Okay, man. I do a ton of rad bolts and nuclear waste from the research reactor. Infinite storage, though. Some guys might not like it. That's fair, that's fair. I am a fan of infinite storage for the nuclear waste, so I think that's all right. That's fine, that's fine. All right, we're gonna do 2 here. Rad bolt shots in the middle. Okay. And then we do that for power is what makes sense, I think. We will want to get batteries. Lines up pretty well. I see you over there, Wiggle. Yeah, man. Gotta have the strats. Okay. And then cool. Just in case layer. Actually, we don't need that yet. We'll just build this like this for now. All right, so the logic with this is simple. We don't want the dupes to be able to walk here, so we're gonna lock the doors. You still have to actually set up the plants, right? Because you're gonna have to fertilize. So I'm gonna opt to use the farm tile specifically to go against it. Because the logic of this is simple. Since this is solid tile, you could deliver to the tile from underneath. Now, there is going to be radiation here, so that's going to suck. So we don't want no one to walk through, climb through. And as a result, we just put a Wheeze Wards here, phosphorite, supply from the bottom. Shoot up. They both go left. And then these are going to go to the left. input port, field port, that's fine. And then 1,000 rad bolts. It doesn't tell me how much rad bolts it could be stored in here. It feels bad. All right, so we're gonna be just, you know, pressing the diamonds. So 18.5, we're still making some more. Our coal is down to 87, but it's somewhat okay. We got our vacuum lock here above. And then we're gonna want this. This is a ice temp shift plate inside. So it's just waiting for it to get hot. That's gonna be how we do a little bit of the initial cooling, just having ice water inside. Eventually, you know, we might have to add in the coolant loop right here, the -10 P water. But we'll see. Back to this side. Pitcher pump's ready. Auto bottle. All right, so he's actually the guy that we're employing to do ethanol. He's gonna pick it up and deliver. That's all he does. He eats jelly. He does a little bit of, you know, ethanol, pitcher pumping. And that's his life, man. He passes the ketchup. Effectively. Alright, so are we done drill coning? Damn it. They don't give me like an easy way to... 291, 469, 433. Okay. Alright, so we've gone... So we're at 23. 221. That's 7. I'm at about 31-ish. Yeah, that's about right. And then we need to do... Oh my god. Wait! This doesn't rotate? Oh, that's doo-doo. Is a signal switch something it collides with? Damn it, dude. Yeah, we need a reflector. The problem is that I now feel like I did it wrong. And technically I did. Dude, Shine Bug Reactor take too long, man. Most of the time, I skip the storage because diamond presses have twice that. That's kind of fair. Just get more diamond presses and have them in sequence. I guess we could try that. Alright, we'll get 3 of these. And then we're just looking to line these up. Technically, this should be able to handle it, because this is what, 2,000 watts? 4,000, and then this is what? I could technically try to get 2 more rad bolt gens. We're probably going to have to max this in order to actually hit 1,000. So do we have a single Wheezewort? This is 306. The drop off per tile is about 50. 55, 60. So 306, 510, 700, and then that's what, 750? 750 per cycle. Damn, it really doesn't feel like a lot. We're gonna add some more. I guess we don't need the automation. We're just gonna power everything. I have not a lot of uranium. This is all we have. No bees. You lose 80% from enriching it with the building. And then you also need to do the digging. So you end up with 200 kilograms total for this. It's not a lot, sadly. Shine bugs are goated for this. Rad lamp will be good. I'm gonna go with 8 Wheezeworts and hopefully that's fine. I don't have uranium anywhere. Nope. I've considered that. We don't have anything nearby that we could actually mine. That would make it make sense. It's very unfortunate. All right, so we added in a loop in case we fill up the back and a little bit overflows. I like to use my Wheezewort. They're gonna cool down the Rad Bull reactors, man. That's gonna be the point of those guys. Alright, we're still moving out ethanol. He does have carrying capacity, so it should be fine. 63. Okay. Maybe I should have just had the Wheezewort on top of the petroleum gens. That's true. We still need to feed him phos, right? Alright, how much ethanol do we have? 3 tons? I don't know if that's enough, man. We have the refined carbon. Let's go. We might need some for steel still. Okay, we're still digging. This guy's going to be sent back soon. Nice. Seven, 4. Okay. Okay, so 9555 automation. Looking pretty good. Let's not plug this in yet. Okay, we're gonna let this rock. So no power is gonna be used. We just wanted to be plugged in. These are not plugged in yet. We're just gonna generate and hold the power. I'm probably better at 85 here. Okay. Not bad. 99. Copy paste. We probably want to prioritize these, to be honest. Wheezewort. Copy paste. 8 wheezes. From underneath, let's go. All right, refined carbon's getting delivered. All right, everything at 500. Hopefully we don't have any collision. So let's go 491. 497. 479. 487. I use the plot exploit lately. Can't be bothered to make a Draco Ranch. Damn. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Hey man, it be like that sometimes. Alright, the last 2 Wheezwords are right there. Let's bump these to a 7. What the hell was that?
What the hell just happened?
Suki coming in with 200 bits. Thank you so much, Suki. I see you over there. Thank you for the support. Mamba thanks you, but he's asleep. The little babies is doing what he can. They put the pot exploit in a short. No, they didn't do the exploit. It just, you know, it just happened to have a Wheezewort in the pot. Yep, seemed legit, dude. The little Mambas. You missed it earlier, Suki. Mamba was dreaming and his paws were shaking and he was just laying on his back. You missed it. The little babies was being the ultimate little babies. He's a cutie pie, man. He really is. He's perfectly safe, perfectly at ease. How come we are not delivering this, dude? Oh, everyone's on downtime. Okay. But Yosugi, thank you for the 200 bits. Hope you're well. Hope you're doing awesome. Wednesday is going to be a day, boys. I don't think we're going to be doing anything extravagant on Wednesday, though. But Wednesday is going to be the day. All right. 14. That's pretty good. In order to keep my dupes out of trouble, we're going to sweep this area. All right, so we'll get 2 to 3 shots a day. No. We will get them every couple days. Dude, that's so bad. God damn it, dude. Even at 1400 rads. Yeah, we only get 150 a day. Dude, that's such a struggle. I mean, it's a start, boys. Dude, I don't want to make a shine bug reactor, man. Just need more generators, need more wheels. Dude, this is such a struggle. I mean, we're making diamond, I guess. Got 2 of these guys right here. Dude, they're only 95 per. I would need to get like 100 shine bugs. They do breed fast, that is true. They do breed kind of fast. I'm gonna dig into that chicken nice rotisserie chicken time. Remember to feed the kitties. If not, they're gonna beg. Beg for the chickens. But have a good one. Hope it's gonna be delicious meals. Yeah, I guess it could be kind of easy. That sucks though. Oh, you gotta do the chicken for the kitty cats. That's fair, it's fair. Oh man. So 4 times 150 is 600. Dude, we need 2 3/4 of the cycle. Dude, that's too many, I feel like, at that point. What else can we do? Build the reactor? So is at this point we'd either wait, build a reactor. Yo man, we're gonna tech up for it. Wait a second. I don't have rad bolts anymore. So I might as well start teching this up. I'm not actually sure. So we could either rad bolt research. Oh man. Sorry, keep going on NCWA. If not, solve the final 4. I have not. Suki, can you tell me anything about the Huskies coach? Is he doing good? I have not paid attention to college ball. A lot of it is likely due to just having no affiliation to any of the teams, so it's hard to really follow. And it's like, I don't know where they even watch it. Is it on ESPN or something? Because I don't have TV. What's the guy's coach? Dan Hurley? The reason why I asked is because he was supposed to be our Lakers coach. My Lakers. And then it's like, you said no, and then we hired JJ Redick, and then we got a lot of flack for that. Oh man, a good college coach. Or some podcaster. And then, you know, the podcaster's doing pretty good. And not only that, his team started to suck. Izzo helped talk him out of it. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Because it's like, my Lakers doing pretty good. I can't really be mad about the results. But it's like, you know, you always wonder the what if, you know? So I'm not sure how UConn's doing. Is it UConn that he coaches? I forget who he coaches. I think it was UConn. Either way though, yeah, I haven't kept up with the NCAA though, Suki. It is UConn. Thank you, Crocodiles. I see you over there. Hurley's made for college coaching and not the pros. If like there is that transition, right? A lot of people do say it's a very different game. Like you have these kids that are, you know, looking up to you, so to speak. because you have some sort of accolades and believe that you could take them there. Whereas the pros know that none of that matters. This is the NBA. And everyone here is good. It's hard to really get that situation where everything translates. But at the same time, you know, he had the accolades. It's like, dude, he looked pretty good on paper. So, you know, naturally you would kind of be like, I wonder how it's like. But if it turns out he wasn't that good, hey man, dodge the bullet, man. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. Just one of those things, though. That's like, what would have happened if we had him? I'm very surprised Reddick's working so far. I'm not surprised Reddick is working. I'm more surprised that Luke Kennard. I honestly didn't think Luke Kennard was going to make as big of an impact as he is, but I feel like Luke Kennard is perfect for someone who's played that exact role. Basically, Reddick, right? It's like when he was in the league 10 years ago, that's exactly who he was. He was a Luke Kennard before Luke Kennard. Right? He's you know, get him wide open, he's gonna shoot. He's gonna try to hustle, he's gonna work on his game. And I am not gonna lie, you know, all the rumors that follow Luke Kennard, and oh man, you can't play him in the playoffs. You know, once you know how to guard him, it's gonna be easy. The thing is that it's like the LeBron Luka AR gravity is just so strong. Bro, I'm a Detroit fan. Kennard is exactly good in single instances. Reddick was better than Kennard. Dude, you know what he has that makes it work? He understands the scheme. Like, take away athletic ability, shooting ability. He has the IQ minimum that I think you need to have to play on the Lakers. Like, a lot of the teams are probably going to value athletics, you know, how much faster you are, how much stronger you are, how much bigger, taller, wider you are. But to really work well on the Lakers, you have to have high IQ. And I feel like that's why Dalton never got there. He's so inexperienced that he thinks that it's just, if he could shoot, he could get on the floor. And that's all he needs. But the reality is that he gets lost so much that it's tough. Like, even Rui gets lost sometimes. It's just that Rui's, you know, bigger body. The only problem with Rui is that he's not as smart, but he's basically LeBron James. In terms of, like, body frame. It just doesn't use it as well. I guess he has a little bit of lack of lateral movement, too. And a little bit of explosive power in the jump. But it's like, Luke Kennard is already outperforming Rui just because he knows where he needs to be. And he never gets lost on the defensive end. At least that's what it feels like. And that is the reason why I feel like Dalton has not done well. It's because he's lacking the IQ that I feel like he desperately needs. Like, he needs to sit down, watch tape. Sit down with Luke Kennard. Sit down with Marcus Smart. Another thing is Marcus has been insanely clutch for my Lakers, man. Does Boston have any more of those guards that they're, you know, gonna give up on? Like, we'll take them. Rondo's done this really well. Avery Bradley done this pretty well too. And then we have Marcus Smart. Well, we gonna get Drew Holiday in the offseason or something? You get Drew, Marcus. That would be really good for the Lakers, man. Like, they're old. They're not gonna be able to hold it down for us. But it's like, They're the archetype, man. That's the archetype we're looking for. Dude, if history has repeated anything, we traded for Kendrick Nunn. He was ass. And then we traded him for Rui. Right? We traded him for a wing player. And Rui was able to shoot. Then, a couple years later, we get Gabe Vincent from Miami. And then he was ass. Right? And then we traded him for Luke Kennard, who's a wing shooter. And it was like, oh, dude, that was a great move, right? That's happened twice. So then it's like we pick up Rondo, we pick up Avery Bradley, and then we won the ring, right? It's like, dude, we have Marcus Smart, we re-sign him, and then we get Drew Holiday somehow. I don't know how. It's gonna cost a lot of money because his contract is dank. Like, goddamn, that's expensive. But if we get him, I feel like that's gonna set us up so well. Because we need like players that are smart enough to know where they need to be and recognize the situation, experienced enough to not drop the ball, and then good enough at the same time to hit the shot when they need to hit it. It's such a very like every team needs this though type of thing. A player that's not going to need 15 touches a night. You just give them like 8 shots and they're okay with that. That's so tough because a lot of times it's a confidence thing. I don't know if you've seen the Melo thing. Melo is a player that's a rhythm player. Like if he makes the shot, he's going to be on fire. But if you need him to make a shot and he hasn't shot all quarter, he's not going to be the guy. Like he needs to be getting his shots in throughout the game. He said it himself, like he needs to touch the ball or else he just won't be able to do anything. So it's like outside of being the star, he wasn't able to really be a role player. Kendrick Nunn, my boy, came from an alma mater. Yo, man. Kendrick Nunn was booty cheeks, man. He was not the business. Yeah, man. Luke Kennard has been pretty good. Didn't get really taxed too bad by the Lakers curse. Every shooter that's ever signed with the Lakers has had their 3-point percentage drop by like 10%. Like KCP shot 40%. Went to the Lakers, he shot like 27. Leaves, plays to Denver, he's shooting 35. It's like, what happened, dude? He should have never been drafted. Yo, man, but he's an Alabama. You can't say that about him. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. But yeah, man. If history repeats itself like the Miami players, don't trade with Miami this offseason. And then, we got to win the chip soon because we got Marcus Smart, ex-Boston point guard. And then we'll get Drew, ex-Boston guard as well. And yo, man, go to work. But yeah, man, Drew Holiday getting paid way too much. I hate to say that. But it's like, if Dame comes back, he'd probably want to stay in Portland. It just makes a lot of sense. Never trade with the Heat or the Patriots. Damn. Yo, man, Patriots catching some strays right now. It feels bad, man. It feels bad. All I gotta say is shout outs to the teams that don't hate LA. Dude, I've never seen this before, but like Portland has never in the history of the NBA or ABA has never traded with the Lakers. Never. I read an article the other day. It's because the owner is a billionaire She's eccentric, and she hates my Lakers owner. She hates Jeannie because Jeannie is everything that she would want to be. Like, you know, daughter of a good sports manager, Jerry Buss, right? And then it's like seen as kind of like she could do no wrong almost. Like, we don't really know what goes on behind the scenes with the billionaires. I don't think anyone likes Jeannie except though, right? The thing is that up until maybe 2 years ago, when there was kind of like a fallout between Jeannie and like Braun, I feel like she was never seen as the bad person within the organization, because it's the Buss family. You could point at the fact that, you know, the scouts are nepotism hires. They're part of the, you know, Jimmy Buss. And, you know, they're basically just kids from Jerry that are handling the position. And then there's, you know, Kurt Rambis and his wife, who is notoriously always pointed at as making bad decisions and influencing Ginny. Versus the Portland owner, they have never won. It's like they're always like low in the standings. Got lucky with Dame, didn't do anything with it. And it's just tough. Now, I will say though, when some of the dirt came out about the Portland owner, it was kind of bad. She would apparently, like, rumor has it, according to the litigation documents that were made public, she would have some of the male athletes come into the office and make them wear Speedos and have them kind of display the clothing for her. And then rumor has it, the argument was, it was just a fun modeling experience that, you know, just came up in the moment. And that everyone was cool with it. And there's nothing wrong with demanding the people to do what she says. It is gross. But when that was brought up in court as potential like employee abuse, that was one of the things that came out. Something Vince McMahon kind of does. But yeah, that was in the, what do you call that? The lady in the court that types out the transcript from everything that went down. That was from that. Like, there's no video, but you know, the transcript was released from the court, and some people like vetted it and was able to pull that out. I was like, that's insane. Anyways, nothing happened in the case. Like, she didn't like have to pay anyone. Maybe there was a settlement though. But yeah, it was weird, man. Stenographer, there we go. It's a actual profession. You have to be able to type, listen, and be able to like accurately spell out the words and stuff like that. I believe stenographer might be right. Dude, we're making our first diamonds. Oh, yes. Dude, have you seen the keyboards stenographers use? It's like a single... It's like these are all single buttons. And then there's like a thumb key. And then it's like, this is a certain set of letters. You hold down the thumb key and then they all become different letters. And they have one for each hand. It's weird. It's like the ultimate gamer keyboard. Like, it's for WoW rotations or something like that. I don't know. But I've seen that, I was like, what? And then I've seen someone on YouTube like type on that, like properly type, and it's like, this is what you have to be able to do. And it's like a weird keyboard that they don't have to move their hand, everything is there, and then you have to be able to type accurately and not look at what you're typing. Apparently you have to have your attention on the court, and then you also have to be audibly able to focus, because one of the things that you can't do is oh, hold the court, pause, what was that you just said? Like, you can't do that, right? So you have to like make out the words as best as you can. That's the thing that's kind of like, it's tough. You're gonna have so many different people with so many different accents, out of country, out of state, out of city. They could be speaking, you know, they're coming from Japan, Japanese English, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's slightly different, the enunciation's different, and it's like they have to be able to handle all that, man. It's kind of crazy. One of my coworkers has one of those. I feel like it's so nice to have. They're the people that are captioning. That's the thing. It's closed captioning, but they're the people that write down the words. So it's like, at that point, what do you do? You're the guy that does the captions. Yep, that's me. Well, what do you do if you don't know the word? I can't not know. You gotta just know. Maybe AI. Nah, man. I can't trust AI. The YouTube AI on my VODs are like wrong half the time. I remember one time I was saying oxalite and then it said chicken fried rice. I was like, what? That is not even close. It's wild, man. Mama switched positions. Mama's look at this little baby. You want to see him switch positions again? Oh, look, his feet are on the left side. Feet are on the right side. The little babies. All right, people of chat. This is gonna be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. So get that saving.